All right, good morning. Can everybody hear me? All right, hey, good morning. Number one, thanks for the sponsors and AUSA for setting us up and giving us an opportunity to talk this morning. I'm Pat Costello. I've been the commanding general out at the Fire Center of Excellence for the last 9 months. Accompanied today with Brigadier General Glenn Hankey, the Commandant of the Air Defense Artillery School, and Colonel Greg Tomlin, currently serving in our Transformation Integration Directorate, a former Army Capability Manager, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes, and now helping me on the Portfolio Acquisition Executive side. So we're going to talk this morning about streamlining fires, and we're going to talk about it in two ways. We're going to talk about it in a Fort Sill perspective to talk to you about the changes that have happened at Fort Sill, but we're also going to talk about it from an operational perspective with both Greg and Glenn kind of picking up that talking point. So behind me is what I took command of last summer on the left-hand side. So we had Army Futures Command, Training and Doctrine Command. We had the two cross-functional teams for long-range precision fires and air and missile defense. And around October, as both TRADOC and Army Futures Command cased their colors and T2COM came into existence, we completely reorganized what we were doing at Fort Sill. So the cross-functional teams that worked for FCC before and AFC came together to form the Futures Capability Directorate. They still report to FCC and up to T2COM, so I reduced the number of 4 stars that I work for, but still have a large number of 3 stars to include Lieutenant General Lozano, who's my PAE boss now as well. Within the Center of Excellence, we took the existing Army Capability Managers, which there are 5. We had 3 for field artillery and 2 for air defense artillery, and we turned them into 3 TILMs. So we went to 5 to 3. We have 1 for offensive fires, 1 for defensive fires, and 1 for cross-domain fires now, which is a signal of where we're going as a fires enterprise across the operational force when we start talking about how we're using data to make us more lethal and more efficient as a fires fighting force. Within that transformation integration development, you have the 3 transformation and lesson learned managers, which Greg is going to talk about. We have the force management office, and we have the other folks that are tied into the operational force from a time frame of about 0 to 3 years to take a look at how the operational force is doing and bring those lessons back in to the institution. The analogy that I use is when I was a cross-functional team director about 3 years ago, for the AMD CFT, the COE could not keep up with what the CFTs were doing. And now that we're under 1 4-star headquarters, this helps us stay a little bit more streamlined. So the COE is directly tied to the FCC, doing concepts, requirements, experimentation. And then we are tied to the operational force that is really doing all of the transformation and contact and experimentation out at the forward edge instead of bringing things back to the schoolhouse. And so while all that innovation is happening with the operational force, we're able to bring that back to Fort Sill and keep pace with where the operational force is going. So the COE, in my mind right now, is moving at the same speed that the cross-functional teams were moving a few years ago. With that, I want to pause because I want to get to questions and everything, but I want to turn it over to Greg Tomlin first to talk from an EFCO perspective, transformation lessons learned, and how we're integrating that with the portfolio acquisition executive responsibilities that I wear as the deputy PAE for fires, and then turn it over to Glenn to give you some concrete examples of transformation within the AMD portfolio and how we're looking at cross-domain fires. So thank you.
Thank you, sir, and good morning to everyone. So on the 2nd of October, I brought the former Army Capability Managers together with their contractors, their Department of the Army civilians, and in the town hall, I said, call all your PMs, call all your industry reps right away, and tell them the one thing that hasn't changed is you're still their conduit into the Fire Center of Excellence. So those 3 branch TILMs, offensive, defensive, cross-domain fires, they still day-to-day work with the program managers as the user representative for all of our fielded systems. And importantly, they work with the FCD that General Costello mentioned because they own the requirements document, and the responsibility of the TILM is to provide the .mil.pf integration requirements into those requirement documents that are being generated by the FCD. And that's very important because in TIC, we're rapidly fielding, we're evaluating, but that's not necessarily what we're going to resource for the entire Army in the future. And to determine whether we can afford to integrate that for the entire Army or specific portions of the Army based on theater requirements, we have to appreciate that .mil.pf integration. So what does that mean? Well, in Hawaii, we experimented in the 25th Division Artillery with rockets, but it's a light division. So it's not just giving them HIMARS launchers, it's also at the division level, resourcing the resupply vehicles to sustain the rate of fire that we believe based on war plans we're going to need. That's .mil.pf integration. Field artillery is a system of systems. Air defense is very much a system of systems. We'd like to move away from a tethered radar, maybe to a common radar. How do we achieve that data sharing if on the field artillery side it's secure information, but on the air defense it's secret? How do we share that data between two branches without creating latency? And in my fires TILM role, I've gained a lot more appreciation for air defense, and I understand that 1/10 of a second of latency is the difference between success or failure in air interdiction. Maybe not the same on the field artillery side. So in the middle of TILM is lessons learned. What does lessons learned mean? Well, we've been discovering that since the 2nd of October, and I'll give you 3 very specific examples. One of them, over the past several weeks, we have an operation going on with Iran. We've shot an incredible amount of THAAD and Patriot in theater. And the Defensive Fires TILM, Colonel Craig Totner, has had someone in his office almost 24 hours a day for the past several weeks. They are hearing from the 32nd Air Defense Command. Every time they shoot one of these rockets or one of these missiles, they're taking feedback directly to the PM. Engineers are updating software, updating threat models, and pushing software packages back into theater. That is lessons learned, actively improving our capabilities for Operation Epic Fury. If you were in the keynote, the Under talked about going to Fort Carson for Ivy Sting. Well, Colonel Tyler Donnell is our offensive fires TILM. He is on the ground or has a representative in every one of these Ivy Stings. And so he's talking to the division artillery commander about what this AX, artillery exchange system, a Fateheads in a cloud, is going to be. And he's talking about the .mil.pf integration piece that you can't simply ignore. For example, you need a specific type of radio. When would those radios actually be fielded to the 4th Infantry Division and across the entire Army? As the fires TILM, I worry a lot about Compo 2 because more than half of the field artillery is in the National Guard. When will we integrate that? So that's something that we inform. And the second thing I'll add about lessons learned is with the reorganization that General Costello described, the Combined Arms Commander, Lieutenant General Eisenhower, now has control of the CTCs. He already had MCTP, he had Kyle, but with the value of having the CTCs is that we can have lessons sent to us from the CTCs to the CAC to the COEs, because when we went from 5 ACMs to 3 TILMs, we lost a lot of people. By this summer, there'll only be 106 across all the TILMs. And so we don't have as many people to go to every exercise, every experiment. So we will have to leverage CAC to get those lessons back. We will help CAC write the learning objectives when it comes to the fires warfighting function, and then do the post-experiment analysis to inform the .mil.pf integration. Now, as the fires TILM at the level above the 3 branches, where I'm particularly helpful to the CG is he is the Deputy PAE for fires. And so we help him to understand all those intricacies. That Lieutenant General Lozano, who owns the fires portfolio, doesn't own C2. That's a separate PAE. And we need to make sure that C2 is prioritizing radios for our howitzers, software updates for AX, if we're really going to improve the kill chain for field artillery. That's something that's important. And then on the cannon side, the ammunition for cannons is not inside the fires portfolio. It's inside of General Rhimes' agile sustainment and ammunition portfolio. But as we know, precision is important. The Under mentioned that in his keynote, which means we have to ensure that in the agile sustainment and ammunition portfolio, they are still funding R&D for new precision munitions and fuses for the field artillery, both for any of our cannon systems that we have. And the last piece I'll mention is that we help the CG with building the POM prioritization. And that's where we have to balance current and future readiness. As the user representative, the TILMs get an earful every day from commanders at the battalion and brigade level because they would like some widget in their formation because they know that some other division has it. How soon can we get that? You can't replace all of the 777s in the Army this year. It's going to take years. And to synchronize that, you have to understand that maybe we have to take some of our future readiness money and put it into modernizing the legacy systems that we're still going to have in our formations for many more years. We help the CG understand that prioritization to balance current and future readiness. And so I'll turn it back over to General Henke.
Good morning, everybody. Glenn Henke, the Air Defense Commandant. So we're really going to talk just about a couple things at the schoolhouse and what that means for the T2Com transition and transformation across the enterprise, and what that means from a practical perspective. So a lot of authorities for developing coursework and training was previously held at a very high level. A lot of that authority has now been pushed down to the commandants to be able to make adjustments because General Hodney has said many times the commandants are the warfighting experts and we have to leave the school and we have to drive it to be relevant. So a couple initiatives that we've done as an example with those new authorities. In October, Brigadier General Jason Williams, the FA Commandant, and I came together and came up with an idea of as we develop out what we truly mean by cross-domain fires, what does that mean from what do I train a captain, what do I train a lieutenant? So what we decided to do is take our two career courses and integrate them, not combined, and that's the important difference. We bring them together for the first part of the course where they are learning some of the common things that we need all our captains to understand. And then we break them back out into their branch-specific training so they can build that expertise to be expert fire supporters, expert air defenders. The next part of that is then we bring them back and we talk about where the warfighting things that we do together and do some exercises and do some training that way. Because these captains are going to graduate and some of them are going to go work on a DIVARTY staff as air defenders and as field artillerymen, we don't want them exchanging business cards on the battlefield, but also they help them understand what they need to learn together. They're going to go work in multi-domain task forces. They're going to go work on division headquarters. So not just focus on their individual weapon system, but how we bring these all together. So we're running that pilot right now. Great feedback from both ends. The air defenders are learning a lot about targeting that we haven't taught previously or haven't taught recently. On the field artillery side, it's kind of bringing home some of what are the things that, understanding the air defense fight that they're now having front row seats to watching in CENTCOM right now. So that's been some greatness on that. So that's one example, and we will just continue to refine that because we didn't need additional resources to do it. We just needed to reorganize the resources, and more importantly, we didn't need anybody's permission to do it. So the second example is a little more dramatic on the air defense side. Back in August, we pitched to the Chief of Staff in the Army that we had three problems we needed to solve with our core MOS 14 Echo. The first problem was that we were taking too long to train them, 19 weeks and 3 days. So they are the 14 Echo is the Patriot Operator Enhanced Maintainer MOS. So in that they operate the weapons system. So that was the second problem. The air battles that our soldiers are fighting, as we saw in the 12-day war, as we've seen in Ukraine, and as we're seeing again right now, are becoming exceptionally more complicated, and we need to invest more time training them to build the expertise they need in order to fight the very complex attacks. Secondly, the sustainment is becoming much more distributed, and we know that while we are built around a battalion design, we operate across multiple countries. You can have a battalion that has units in 4 countries as routinely, not just in the Pacific, but also in CENTCOM right now. So we needed them to be more self-sufficient. So what we did is we took that MOS and we split it in half. And we focused the existing 14 Echo exclusively on tactics. And we created a new MOS called 14 Whiskey that just does the sustainment, which is, I say just, but that's a pretty tall order. So from the time we got it pitched to the chief to the time it actually got approved by the Army was 5 months, which is kind of a record for being able to do something like that. Additionally, we had to build 2 entire AITs. And so this is where using the .D, Director of Training and Doctrine, underneath the Transformation Integration Division, took Vantage and built a workspace in Vantage to create a lesson plan builder. So we were able to build 2 AITs in about 8 weeks using this tool. Under our normal processes, legacy process, that would have taken about 2.5 years. So, and then we've got some expert NCOs to, QA/QC this, and again, able to go very fast. The first AIT for the new 14 Echo MOS started on 17 February, and the new AIT for 14 Whiskey started yesterday. And so then that is a 16-week AIT, so we'll get them out to the force 24 days faster, much better trained. So that is one example. The last example in terms of where we're going as we look at the cross-domain fires is we're developing in air defense, we've had the air defense fire control officers who work with the Air Force to ensure that we don't shoot down the wrong thing. So it's a friendly protect focus. But what we realize is there's a lot of overlap between some of the things that are happening with airspace that the field artillery needs to be enabled with. So we are looking at how do we take that course, modify it to be more relevant for the cross-domain fires. Right now it's just smart warrant officers coming together and trying to figure out what makes sense. And we will iterate on that and then build that in. But again, a process that normally we would talk about for years, we got folks working on that right now. So looking forward to the questions. Obviously we have a lot of examples that we could talk about, but I'll turn it back over to General Costello here.
Yeah, thanks, Glenn. Hey, what I want to do is just take a couple seconds to tie together some of the FCO pieces that both Greg and Glenn have talked about and how that's tied back to the operational force. I'm a recovering air defender. I served proudly for 20 some odd years. I've lost count. That's why I've lost on my hair. And I find myself being the Google translator between field artillery and air defense at the Fire Center of Excellence on a daily basis, right? For 2 branches that require the same airspace and the same authorities to employ their effects, right? Field artillery, and from my lieutenant day sitting in an infantry battalion TOC, I remember clearance of fire drills, right? The air defense fire control officers, the air defenders call it friendly protect. It's the same thing, right? Field artillery uses target location error. It sounds a lot like covariance data when we start talking about radars. And it's the same thing. 131 Alphas are targeting officers on the field artillery side. 140 Kilos are counter-targeting officers on the air defense side. And so as we talk about this from an educational and institutional perspective at Fort Sill and bringing the 2 branches closer together, we look at where we're going in the future with acquisition. Common launcher, right? So if comes with MOS reductions. If I can put HIMARS, GIMLRs, PRISM, ATACMs, Patriot, IFPIC, THAAD on a common launcher, I can create a whole lot of efficiencies in a much leaner but more lethal force that's applying fires, right? Whether defensive or offensive fires, whatever the commander needs at the time, with speed, right? The work that 4th ID is doing on agentic AI and STAG agentic, working through airspace management. Because right now we go back to the Air Force to ask permission to employ some of our weapon systems. That process has to be much faster. We're seeing that in Iran right now. And then the last thing is really the Common Fires radar. We have 2 radars right now, one for counterfire, the Q-53, and the Q-64 for short-range air defense, that do the same thing, right? In the future, we should never co-locate sensors and effectors together again. We should be operating a mesh network of sensors the problem is our data systems that we've had underpinning both of our branches for years have been so stovepiped that we haven't been able to explore the multi-mission capabilities that those radars have. And so in 26, that's something that we're taking a hard look at, is how do we take advantage of the multi-mission capabilities of all the sensors on the battlefield, not only to include the Army sensors, but the joint sensors, Aegis, F-35, you name it, space-based sensors, to our advantage, and then looking at a multi-mission sensor to once again cut down on our personnel needs, right? It takes 5 13 Romeos right now to man a Q-53 counterfire radar on the FA side, where we're at 2 for a Q-64, right? That's way too many soldiers, right? We have way too many sensors on the battlefield right now. They're all targets, right? Greg talked about the high payoff target list. The Undersecretary talked about the HPITL this morning with 4th ID, IV Sting exercises, right? The enemy's HPTL looks just like ours does, right? And so we have to reduce the number of sensor targets that we have on the battlefield to increase the survivability of our forces. And that's kind of where we're focused. My first week in the job, I got tasked with developing for the first time a combined fires strategy, right? So no more separate air defense strategy, no more separate field artillery strategy, but a combined strategy. And how that's translating right now is our division air defense battalions that after 20 years of COIN, we're finally getting back into tactical formations, are assigned to the DIVARTYs so that we can start innovating in the field with the folks that have to live this. I'm out of the good idea business at this time of my career, right? And those good ideas from the field need to be integrated. We're looking really hard at how we integrate the indirect fire protection capability, so cruise missile defense within the core field artillery brigades, and what that means for sensor management and how we employ fires. And then Greg talked a little bit about what we're doing with HIMARS and rocket battalions. We're doing the same thing on the air defense side in Korea, while we're integrating THAAD, Patriot, and indirect fire protection capability as part of the transformation and contact effort. And then obviously what we're doing in Guam, right, with bringing together all of those capabilities under a single formation, and how we can do that and leverage all of that data that's coming in now that's available to everybody, right? AFATIDS can, replacement AXS can take data from anywhere now. Air defense can take data from anywhere right now. And so we do not have to be solely dependent on just ourselves, and that's really changing how the way we're organized and employed out in the field. With that, I'd like to sit down and take your questions wherever you want to go. Thank you. All right, I know somebody's got questions somewhere. I was threatened with a few earlier, so go ahead, sir.
Hi, Dave Lockhart. So the question I have relates to a couple of things. One of them is a demand signal that the under has been talking about recently, and that the department's going to do a more deliberate job of communicating that. And then I'd like to know how that potentially ties to and is leveraged by this ASALT Live system that the under talked about this morning, that the AAE talked about at the beginning of March, and if that's benefiting you and how that might benefit industry as well.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Lockhart, for your question. Can we get the volume up a little bit? Or I'll switch mics. All right, better. So let me answer the second question first. So ASALT Live is providing a near real-time status of any program across the Army. In the Fires PAE perspective, we have 62 programs of record, not to mention all the other things that we're kind of pursuing. And so whether you need a production status, a contract status, a look at how a certain sub is doing, ASALT Live presents the Undersecretary of the Army, the AAE, and more importantly, all the PAE leadership with a real-time assessment of how all of our programs are performing, underperforming, or overperforming. And so when we tied that back to consolidated budget lines and decisions have to be made about funding priorities and where funding is going, we can see where resources need to be applied and where they may not. So getting off of PowerPoint has been very helpful from my perspective. I represent more of the operational side of that, so I like to stay away from some of the contracting work and things like that and work the requirements and tied back into the institutional base. But there's a lot of value to that. Where the under has gone from an OIB perspective, I think was your other question. Look, I'm a fires professional. I can never get enough. Colonel Tomlin talked about just the consumption rate of all of our munitions, and this is just our long-range precision munitions, right? If we got into a close fight with an adversary around the world, we'd be talking about those munitions as well. I think where we are going, and I use PRISM Increment 4 as an example of opening up the competition to bring in other competitors into this space to look at low-cost interceptors, because both field artillery precision munitions and air defense, terminal defense munitions are cost prohibitive, right? It's really, really expensive to do what we're doing. And we're looking at creative ways with our industry partners on how we can achieve the same effect at a lower cost, maybe by applying more mass, maybe by applying more precision. So I hope that helps. Thank you.
Hey gents, Drew Street here with Havoc. My question pertains to training and simulation in particular. So we're a joint fire simulation company. What is your relationship with CPE ST3 down in Orlando, and is PAE Fires or FCO leading kind of the next generation of joint fire simulation?
So right now our main effort in that space has been supporting all the Army's work going on with NextGen Constructive, because being able to accurately depict our weapon systems in core warfighters, division warfighters, and some of the joint exercise that support gives us the opportunity to not only have a great training environment for in ways we cannot simulate on the ground, but it also gives us T2COM the opportunity to do some experimentation inside of that same spaces. You know, we moved out on with 3rd Corps on the concept of the multifunctional brigade strike, which is John Costello mentioned about putting air defense IFPIC formations as part of the core artillery, and really in order to protect those, defeat the air threats that will disrupt our long-range fires. But we did that based on what we saw in a warfighter. A lot of it was done on white cards. So this will allow us to give us a lot better performance. In terms of the simulation in the schoolhouse, tied very closely into all the different simulations that come from the different programs. We are looking to always look to get more where it makes sense, and then also looking at some virtual training opportunities as well. If I don't have to keep swapping out switches, but I can do that virtually, saves us a lot of money and also reduces costs. And so if we need to accelerate growth in the training base, that's one option, short of a multi-million, $100 some odd million radar.
Let me add one piece to that, if I can. When I was the commander of the 94th WMDC in Hawaii, we stopped doing paper rehearsal of concept drills and started doing low fidelity sim to introduce new concepts and be able to make units do things much more fast to respond. And some of the shortcomings that we have in our current sim right now can't keep up with the speed with which we're changing, right? And so that's a challenge. At the low fidelity level for modeling and sim, having something that can keep up with where we're going. I'll give you an example. If in the old sim, if you destroyed a radar, the entire unit was NMC. That's not the way we're going to fight in the future. But I can't model that yet, right? And so the sim has to be able to keep up with kind of where we're going as the future force to make it valuable. Absolutely a need to get that into the operational force at the low fidelity level, right? So that we can experiment without being out in the field and spending millions of dollars in the training that's there. That's where the STE comes in. And then be able to take that back for some higher fidelity analysis to inform either a .mil PFP change, a software change in the system, or a TTP that we need to change. So thank you. All right, we got a couple more minutes. I'm going to start calling on folks that I see in the audience if I don't need to. That would be great. One more question. All right, we got one over here.
Hello. Sorry, I put this down. I am Lindsay Linsky with the University of North Georgia. You mentioned concern over the amount of time it takes to train. And so I'm curious, I'm here with some of our cadets, if you, in a perfect world, if soldiers could show up, officers could show up after commissioning ready to, like what would, if you could wave a magic wand, what would you want them to be able to show up, being able to do, especially in light of how fast things are changing?
Well, the biggest thing we need them to understand is just being able to learn quickly. I think that is probably the critical task, because when I was in the officer basic course, one behind General Costello, we spent a lot of time learning a very what was the program of instruction, and then we get out to the force and you start learning additional things. But there was a progression that was sort of natural. We're in a space now where I need the people to be able to shift very, very quickly. What we are finding is those officers and NCOs who are able to pick up new skills rapidly are by far that's the most beneficial thing skill they can have. It's not necessarily a proficiency in engineering. I mean, the degree is just giving you the baseline of how to learn. But being able to learn quickly and learn something, not necessarily being taught, that's probably, I'd say, the most critical skill that we need them to have.
Randy McIntyre. A quick question. Could you tell us what we can expect next month at the Fire Symposium?
A great time, Lawton, Oklahoma, the center of the universe, right? There are no TSA lines in Lawton, so come and enjoy yourself. Listen, we're really excited to have General Hodney, the T2 Comm Commander, be one of the keynote speakers at the Fire Symposium this year, to really lay out what he sees as the future of fires alongside the Army warfighting concept that he's been working very closely with the Chief of Staff of the Army on. How that translates to the Fire Center of Excellence and out to the operational force. Just as important, we're going to get a chance to honor some of our soldiers, warfighters, that are long overdue. I think this is the 20th anniversary of Patriot returning to the Middle East. Right? Doha Asian Games 2006 was when the Patriot rotation started in the Middle East. And so for the last 19 years, those soldiers have been rotating in there heel to toe without end, right? Causing some health of the force issues and others. But they're finally doing what the Army needed them to do now. We're going to honor some of the field artillery soldiers, right? Celebrate the first PRISM shot in combat and the success there, the great things that are happening in the Pacific with our field artillery force. More importantly, beyond the networking that you always get with an event like the Fire Symposium or AUSA, is the candid discussion about where we're going as a force and the healthy dialogue that comes along with that. So I know you're tied in, sir. Thanks for your question. It's a loaded one. So, all right. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again. I'll be around for the next 2 days. General Hankey will be around to take whatever I'm not around for, and Colonel Tomlin the same. So thank you again for coming, and thanks again for AUSA putting this on.
Welcome to the Warriors Corner. Our next panel will be Power at the Tactical Edge, Lessons from the Transformation in Contact, presented by Mr. Nathan Cornell, Program Manager for Operational Energy, and his team of colonels.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Nathan Cornell. Time to get started here. So, we're here today to talk about energy, operational energy. And I will tell you, everything we do is enabled with energy. On and off the battlefield, you don't accomplish anything without it. But when I talk about energy, everybody has a different idea on what that means because it's everywhere and it enables everything. So, whether we're talking about energy at the strategic level of war, where we talk in terms of access to location, access to resources, access to capabilities, or the operational level of war, where we start talking in terms of gallons and time and distance, everybody thinks of energy differently. Today, though, at the tactical level of war, we find ourselves talking about watt hours and pounds and days. And to tell us a little bit about that today, what are some of the issues associated with energy at that tactical edge? I've got two distinguished leaders here today, Colonel Mike Woodard and Colonel Ryan Bell. And I'm going to let them tell you all about energy at the tactical edge. Let's start with Colonel Woodard. Your division has been working on these energy issues for quite some time. Tell us the challenges. Tell us what y'all have done to overcome that. And tell us what the lessons you've learned. Over.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Nathan. Appreciate it. You know, as the 25th continues to transform in contact, we're presented with a bunch of number of challenges, none of which are insurmountable, but they all are nuanced. Looking at where we operate, where we've been tasked to perform our mission, and really the archipelago in the islands west of the IDL, we remain challenged with lines of communication, and where we have to disperse our formations becomes increasingly more challenging when you talk about energy. All of the stuff around here today, as you can see, there's a bunch of widgets, cool new toys coming out that creates a more lethal formation. But that guy right there, that light jungle fighter, is what I'm charged with by my division commander, General Evans, to increase their operational reach. So as we become loaded down with more toys, kit, that comes with more batteries, more power generation, and that is quite frankly cumbersome. So what we've been trying to articulate is how do we get after creating some commonalities, whether that's a common battery, whether that's power generation at the far forward edge, and how do I enable that soldier to dismount from an ISV and then truck through the jungle, right, where the canopy's so thick that some of the power generation toys that are out there don't necessarily apply. So what we've been doing, like probably most, is working through what are those power demands, right? So that we can give them the right batteries, give them the right power generation. What we found though is what's lacking. This is where I need the kind of industry help. Is we don't think of power and new toys and new kit, right, as a sustainment function, like a class of supply. So there's several tools out there, and I equate it to like class 1 bulk, like water. That I know how much water it takes for that light fighter per day marching in, horrendous terrain, either mounted, dismounted, how much water I need to give to that individual, and where they will culminate if I don't have more for them. I don't have that for power, and that's really where I'm trying to get the industry to help out. Is where's that sustainment or mission planning tool that can enable these guys to be able to mission select what stuff they're taking, given the mission that they've got, and then where will they culminate, and where do I need to put in, whether that's a cache, do we need to identify critical terrain to be able to dump power generation, all of those factors. That's really where I see a LIMFAC. Everybody out here is developing some pretty cool kit. There's some pretty cool options that are available, but for that light fighter and that 18-year-old that's humping through the jungle, right? How much of that stuff should they take with them, and where do they hit point of diminishing returns because it's too much? So, with that, I'll hand it over.
Thank you, Colonel Bell. Let's go to you, and I'm going to ask you the same questions. What are the challenges? What have you guys tried to do to overcome that? What are the lessons learned? What do you recommend us to do? Over.
No, thank you, sir. Hi, everyone. My name is Colonel Ryan Bell. I'm the commander for the 3rd Mobile Brigade in the 101st Airborne Division, known as the Rakkasans. Been fortunate to command over the past year as one of the Army's TIC brigades. We are actually going to go into the box at JRTC in 2 weeks. We start on Monday with RSOI there in Fort Polk, Louisiana, to test everything we're talking about. I'll start off kind of define the operating environment that we've been preparing for. I'll outline some of the things we have tried once we looked at those the problems, some things we're trying, and then a few areas where I think we could use some help when we're talking in a brigade, specifically a company and below in a mobile brigade. For the operating environment, we are on the Crisis Response Force, which means we're on a short-term PTDO, and I could deploy to the Pacific, I could deploy to Europe, and go anywhere globally where we're needed. What that means is we have planned and trained and prepared to fight dispersed, whether that's in Europe spread out or it's on different islands in the Pacific. We have to be prepared to fight dispersed under constant observation, whether it's satellites, whether it's drones, we're going to be seen. We have to deal with contested communications across the entire electromagnetic spectrum. Where just talking creates a signature and you can be seen and targeted, but you have to be able to talk to fight. And then our logistics are going to be challenged from the port in the United States all the way to the foxhole with a rifleman in a defensive position. And that creates a ton of issues. When we talk about power, that's complicated by all the additional technology and capabilities we're adding. And so if I look at a rifle company, in the last couple of years, we've given them ENVGs, the Enhanced Night Vision Goggles, which are an amazing piece of capability. But I have to change 4 lithium-ion AA batteries every day, which means my brigade goes through 40,000 AA batteries a day. In a company or in a platoon, I have 16 radios, 163s, 158s, 160s. Every leader has an end-user device, a Samsung Galaxy smartphone that connects to a mesh network over the integrated tactical network to send data, or it connects over a MiFi puck to connect over LTE. So I am able to see and give each of them a common operating picture, and they're able to share intelligence all the way back to the brigade and division from the FLOT. We have the new M7 rifle with the M157 optic, which takes batteries. Every rifleman has a laser, which take batteries. We've added the soldier-borne sensor, the Black Hornet, which needs to be recharged. We've added the Skydio, the short-range reconnaissance drone, which needs to be recharged. In our brigade, we've added a new device, a PBAS, precision or a purpose-built attritable system, essentially an FPV that's been augmented with the ability to do its own target acquisition and terminal guidance to take the cognitive load off the soldier, but that takes batteries. It takes a charge. And we're trying to do this in an environment where I cannot run a log pack out to the FLOT. I can't bring the squad back to a FOB because every time you move, you're going to be seen. And so the challenge we've had is how do I generate power forward? How do I simplify my logistical chain so I can charge all those devices and those capabilities because we absolutely need them for the next fight. What we do have in a mobile brigade is infantry squad vehicles. And so I've got a generator, functionally, an engine with every one of those squads, or at least nearby, the last covered and concealed position to train feature back from where they are set up in their fighting positions. And so we've added inverters to every ISV. That allows us to charge our ITN equipment. We're able to charge conformable batteries roughly 4 every 2 hours to keep those team leaders and squad leaders, platoon leader, the FSO, the RTO, able to talk on the net. what we found when we added our drones is those inverters and the alternator in the ISV do not allow us to get the watt hours and the voltage to charge the drones. And so I've had to add storage capability. We had bought EcoFlow power packs that now allow me to charge a Skydio. But the EcoFlows, for example, will recharge a Skydio's battery 6 times. That gives me 3 hours of flight time with those drones, which is not enough. That's how we've been approaching it. We are running, when we do our log packs, we are running EcoFlows back and forth to platoons. We are running gas out to recharge out the ISVs. But where I think we need help is how do we get high density storage up at the FLOT in a small form factor so I can put it in a squad fighting position or a squad or a hide site. And how do I recharge and get the power generation forward in those ISVs or some platform that I have that's constant to be able to take care of all that tech. We also know that going forward, what we have right now is not where we're going to end. We're going to continue to add capabilities, and the power generation is only going to grow. So the ability to scale the generation of the FLOT is going to be key. Sir.
Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Before we go to the audience, I got a question, for you guys. With all the things that we've been reporting and learning over the last several years about tactical power, what do you want the Army to do with that? How do you want us to teach and train soldiers and leaders? How do you want us to look at how we fight differently? What is your recommendation so that we don't just have lessons observed on power, but we actually have a lesson learned that we act on?
Yeah, I think from my perspective as a sustainer, I need the sustainment community, right, and the CASCOM and some of the others that power is a class of supply. We have to treat it as such. It is a critical supply, demand versus supply that keeps these guys in the fight. It keeps them talking, shooting, right? It helps them target acquisition. It is an enabler, and right now there is no doctrinal way to talk about this and teach it and then plan against it. So from a sustainment community, that's my ask.
I would agree with them. If we treat this as a class of supply where it goes into our planning, we train it in all the PME from ALC with our NCOs, BOLIC, career course, ILE. How do you see power? How do you understand where you're at? You maintain a common operating picture of your power generation capability. And then how do you plan for it based off predicting and understanding what your requirements are going to be given your mission set?
Thanks, that's great. We got some time for some questions from the audience. Find a microphone, state your name, state your organization, and let's go.
Hey, good morning, and thanks for being here. Robert Douthit, Man About Town. Hey, in terms of the requirement that you see today, and in what's getting fielded through the FUSE program and everything else, the process they're going through, what's been most successful, right? In terms, where do you see your needs being answered for the soldiers that need the power, right? What's been fielded to you with the transition and contact units? Have you fielded anything yet, or are you still working your way through the system? Thanks, and thanks for what you're doing, by the way.
Thanks, sir. Up front, like as we fielded ITN, for example, a great example is the conformable battery. It gives us a universal battery that works for a number of systems that I can easily recharge forward without having to run them back and forth. So that's an example that I think shows the requirement and a good solution the Army's pushed out.
Yeah, and to that point, right? So we're playing with the conformable batteries as well, but the 2590s we've actually done side by side comparison. They actually charge longer, right, and are a little more serviceable. But having those options, right, so that leaders can make those judgment calls based on what they're using and what the actual mission that they're conducting. That options, I think, is a critical piece. He talked about power gen using the ISVs, the SMETs. That's another one. Being able to charge on the move. Those type of solutions off of the power that you're already using have been game changer.
And I'll add one thing to you, sir. I know the Army's energy strategy, one thing that would be very helpful is essentially a common standard, right? If we're able to get a common standard across the system, so all the drones use a similar battery, that would at least still allow us to charge the batteries on the same charger. That'd be hugely helpful.
Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Patrick Sweeney with Rialto Ventures. I'm curious if you've seen any capacitor-based technologies that's non-flammable and, you know, a different capability than lithium-ion, and if so, what have you thought of those?
Have you messed around with any of that stuff?
It's been talked about for a long time. I know that much, and I know that people have been looking at me and saying, hey, can we get some money to go out there and combine capacitors with batteries so you get the best of both worlds, the high power density of a capacitor with the high energy density of a battery, and now how can we package that and what can we do with it? And I will tell you, there's always more ideas than there is money. That's the truism, you know, so we're going to have to see how it works out, what's the use case going to be, who's going to tackle that problem to see where it is that we can find utility. Every technology has a niche somewhere, and you just got to find the right use case for that technology, and when we see it and believe that that's what's going to be the solution set, then that's when we're going to go start chasing that hard.
John Jekyll with the Future Capability Development for Sustainment. We're working on power beaming, and I was just wondering if I could extract from you guys some thoughts on how you would see power beaming employed in a realistic environment. We're looking at a range of use cases, but I just wanted to hear from you guys what you thought would be useful. Over.
Yeah, no, I haven't messed with it at the tactical edge, but when I was in futures, I know power beaming was something that they were looking at closely, and I think there's, you know, whether that's on the communication side, whether that's on the power, I think there's some goodness there. I'd have to dig out some old ConOps to see, you know, and really kind of nerd out for a little bit to see where that use case would be, but definitely it gives us an alternative way to generate power that wouldn't necessarily have to put, you know, a big station on ground, and I think there is some validity in the concepts that are behind that. I don't know if you messed around with it.
Oh, I would just add that when we talk about the power beaming piece on a battlefield, I don't believe that we're going to see laser power beaming going to be the way, because it's all visible. Maybe millimeter wave is going to be something that we move toward. We've got folks working on it with up at Armament Center, have been working on it with OSW and the guys at DARPA and the Navy, and they've been working through it. You know, when we now can like beam a kilowatt over a kilometer, something like that. You know, but it's going to be a while before we actually get it to a form factor that is going to move forward to the tactical space for sure. Does it have some use cases farther back where, say, I want to power persistent ISR, do it from the ground, drone never has to land? I think there's probably going to be the first use case right there where I get long-range persistent ISR from power beaming.
I would second his with the long-range persistent ISR from a stationary platform that's well rear of the flat. Forward, given the fact that you can see and sense the delivery, it's not something we've exercised, and I don't see it happening in the near future until it becomes much more robust and reliable.
All right, thank you. My name is Randy Nolden from Calnetics Technologies. Just curious, in your experience, how beneficial has onboard vehicle power or vehicle power been beneficial to the actual soldier?
Thanks, Randy. It's right now that's our general solution forward for a platoon. I can't carry a generator out as they go on patrol. The ISVs are staying a terrain feature back, and they're able to use them to move forward and then operate off. And they use it as a sustainment platform in some cases. And so having that vehicle-borne power to use that as a generator to reduce the soldier load and allow us to simplify our supply chain has been very helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I really can't add much to that. I mean, that's exactly it's exactly it, right? So you reduce that supply chain, the reliance, and you're not going to get all of it, right? But what you can do is extend that time with which I can delay then sending support back out there, right? Because now either they're coming back to their ISVs and we're setting up a supply point distribution where we're exchanging, or you're going to a terrain feature in which I can have power generation, right? And then they can charge off of a more traditional generator or something else. It is extending the life of which they can be untethered from those larger sustainment tails.
And I'll add one thing to you, Randy. One of the things we learned watching Europe was the challenge of operating using tents. And so in our brigade, all the tents are gone. Every one of our command posts, company, battalion, brigade, is operated out of Humvees, LMTVs. And so we have to be able to move quickly. We have to be able to in place, get up on comms so we can execute mission command. And then if we're seen, which may just be a Skydio flying over a hide site, rapidly move. And so that generation to be mobile so we're able to stay survivable is hugely important.
No, I would just add one more thing to that point as well. With the ISVs and some of this other, the more traditional generation, we've decreased significantly the reliance on Class 3 bulk, so diesel, JP8, that kind of stuff, which again has second, third order effects on the amount of stuff that now we're asking his guys to carry in with them, and that then we have to follow up with. So, yeah, that power through electrification at the local vehicle level, it's significant.
Hey, gentlemen. Ben Kessling with Chariot Defense. Got two questions for you real quick. One is, can you talk about the difference that you've seen on the battlefield between power and energy and the importance of understanding, like, having storage in an energy form, but also being able to punch out with that hard with power when you need it at the edge, and also some concerns that you might have with having things from Chinese supply chain in that power and electricity realm. Thank you.
Yeah, I think from a power energy perspective, I think the energized, right, the tech informed or the tech enabled tactical elements that are out. I think that is a I look at that from a sustainment perspective as how do I maintain that level of capacity in which they can continue to operate, right? From a power perspective, and I think hopefully I'm characterizing this correctly. From a power, there's a lot of generation that can happen in the rear area, in which then I can, at the point of need, then I can ramp up my delivery of those assets, whether that's with HIMARS, whether that's with mobile other mobile watercraft or something like that, right? To be able to get to the point of need. I think that's how I see the two differently, right? And I think there's some form factor that we can play around with operationally versus power generation. That there's some stuff that's developing, whether that's hydrogen based, whether that's solar based or renewable based, or whether that's homegrown stuff. I think a lot about living off the local economy, right? How can I do that and use things that are already in the environment to be able to generate that power? So.
And then, sir, moving to your second question, the supply chain challenges are significant. We alluded a second ago, talked about the batteries for our ENVGs. Trying to source a domestically produced lithium-ion battery we haven't been able to do it yet, at least not in the brigade or division level. So it's a concern. It translates across everything we're doing as we add this technology, as we try to source engines for our drones, as we look for the PCB boards for the new technology, reinvigorating the domestic supply base and helping to build the capacity to scale all of this technology to the level we're going to need for the next fight is pretty significant.
And I would just add that that dismounted soldier, he is an energy problem. Right? We want his equipment to draw the least amount of energy possible, means low power is absolutely critical for his endurance. But when we look at other capabilities on the battlefield, that drone is a power problem. And we have got to be able to have the power to carry the payload at the range we want it, but the range itself is where the energy fits in there. It all depends upon the use case. You know, more electronic warfare, you need more power. Active protection systems, you need more power. You want 72 hours without resupply on the ground, you need more energy and less power. Okay, that's good. Well, appreciate you guys coming out. Let me leave you with a few things today. We had a lot of discussion here, and it seems that 50 years ago we would have said everything on the battlefield runs on fuel except the soldier runs on water. I'd submit that's probably still true today, except we need to amend it, that the soldier runs on water and electrons, so that your energy center of gravity at the tactical battlefield is shifting to that point where we convert fuel into electricity. And that's what we got to fix, that forward distribution of electricity to support that dismounted soldier. Right, so to that end, having heard some of these things, what I want to announce for you is that the Army and the Marine Corps has partnered with the Defense Innovation Unit. And on the 2nd of March, we opened a commercial solutions opening for what we call the PRISM, and I don't remember what it stands for, but it's on the screen. And that was 1 kilowatt to 1 kilowatt hour, no correction, 1 kilowatt to 15 kilowatts, 1 kilowatt hour to 30 kilowatt hours. Bring us your good ideas, industry, and see how it is that we can find solutions for our tactical edge problems. So right now that it closed on the 16th of March. Right now we had 130 different companies that said, hey, we're interested in participating in this. We're going to be doing that with down select. Our goal is to test and characterize solutions that industry brings us to make sure they're safe and that they'll actually do what's printed on the label, right? And then we want to see if we can get hardware into soldiers' hands this fall, so that we can actually learn what's good, what works, what doesn't work, what needs to be improved, right? So that we can give soldiers an NSN for a selection of equipment that you can mix and match to solve their power problem. One of these, two of those, three of that, and that meets this mission need, because there's no one solution the Army's going to give them that will solve everybody's power issues. Which goes to my first line of effort on our operational energy strategic framework. Zada, what do we do to solve the energy challenges that our current force is facing as rapidly as we can, while we then integrate energy considerations into the formal acquisitions that we're doing that have much longer term development? How do we secure in the supply chains for the materials and the components that we're going to need for that future force, whether it's batteries, whether it's motors and microcontrollers for your drone? How do we standardize those components so that we don't, if everybody gets a drone, we're buying 340,000 of them this year, we don't need 340,000 different battery solutions. How do we standardize that so we have something that is logistically sustainable and that we can have a demand signal that'll let in American industry, or at least our friendly partner industries, think it's worthwhile to sell us something? If 0.02% of the domestic lithium-ion battery market comes from the Department of War, nobody wants to make things for us. So we've got to get something where it's like, hey, there's a win for industry here, there's a win for the Department of War, there's a win for the Army. That's what we're working on. And the last thing is what we've touched on today. How do we train and teach soldiers and leaders how to source, store, distribute, convert, manage energy for the greatest operational good? So there's a great Center for Army Lessons Learned bulletin published back in August of last year that was written by a young major in the 25th Infantry Division from some of their work. It is a must-read. There's a QR code up here on the screen. If you use that QR code, it'll take you right to it. If you still ask for a paper menu, like me, then you just got to Google Center for Army Lessons Learned 25-1085, and it'll pop right up. Or you can come by and see us. We have a booth on East Hall 2122. I've got a couple of genius scientists over there that will show you the battery that we built that'll work at minus 100 degrees. So if it gets colder than 100 degrees on this planet, I don't know where it is, but I doubt we're going to fight there. But this battery will work there if you can find it. So thank you all for coming out. Come by, stop by and see us. Really appreciate you guys being here this morning. And I really want you to give us a hand for Colonel Woodard and Clitter Bell. I really appreciate your gentlemen's support. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. I love the fact that everything you said is all the things that I've been telling people.
Good chat for a minute. I'm with Liquid Piston. Yes, sir. We're a Connecticut-based designer and developer of small, heavy fuel rotary engines.
The American soldier is innovative, they are smart, they are hungry for change, they know what needs to be done, and what we need to do is get out of their way.
We're 3D printing titanium in AMC every single day. So we use advanced manufacturing techniques to improve our current manufacturing capabilities, and we see great value in that.
So we figured out how to reverse engineer and then produce that part and then get it to a unit for temporary use. We can go faster and we can deliver readiness. Army Directive 2025-14 is the Secretary delegating to the AMC Commander the authority to fully qualify advanced manufactured parts. General Mohan then turned around to TACOM and said, I want you to qualify 60 parts in 60 days. Go. And on October 3rd, we fully qualified 61 parts.
This one was actually a 3D printer additive manufactured. We were able to get this printed and machined in 5 days. And then it was sent down to GBSC at their PIF to have a final coating.
This is the fin for a Black Hawk's external fuel tank. The vendor charges over $14,000 for a replacement. Our team can do it better. We 3D scanned the part, reverse engineered it, printed prototypes, and conducted structural validation in only 43 days. Now we can manufacture this part for just over $3,000. And we can ramp up supply in less than 6 days.
I don't care where they build the part, I don't care how they build the part, just get it back online. What we haven't done is empowered our soldiers to go be the brilliant innovators that they are. We can 3D print really quickly. Just go fix our stuff.
The time is now to transform our doctrine, our organizations, our training, and our equipment. When the nation calls on the Army, we don't go to participate, we don't go to try hard, we go to win. There is no second place or honorable mention in combat.
The way that we're going to do that is not through the old model of parts and procurement. It is by innovating using things like 3D printers. We're no longer going to accept that we can't repair our own stuff.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What a great lead-in for the next topic, advanced manufacturing, transforming the future force, one layer at a time. Mrs. Carolyn Vo-Farmer, Headquarters Army Material Command G3 Supply Chain Management Data, will present with her team. Okay, we're ready, ma'am.
Great. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Huntsville, Alabama. Thank you so much for being with us here today. I'd like to introduce my battle buddies here to my left, Mr. Jason Duncan from TACOM, as well as Colonel Robin Montgomery from T2Com. We are on comms literally on a daily basis, if not more, as we tackle this incredible, exciting opportunity called advanced manufacturing for our Army. So with that, we'll just, as far as a quick agenda for this, let's just go through really quick, and then we'd like to kind of introduce ourselves to you and let you know kind of our background and where we're coming from. And then we'll highlight some initiatives from Army Material Command Headquarters from a strategic, an operational, as well as a tactical level. And then Mr. Jason Duncan will highlight some initiatives at TACOM and some of the things that they are doing to really push the boundaries of parts qualification and advanced manufacturing. And Colonel Robin Montgomery will highlight the initiatives for T2Com and how we're actually training our soldiers and how we get after advanced manufacturing at the layers of echelon, which is no easy task whatsoever. So with that, again, good afternoon. Carolyn Farmer here, born and raised in Huntsville, Alabama. You could probably kind of tell from my southern accent, if you will. But I've been in the Army for 25 years as an Army civilian, and it's been an honor to serve the Army in this regard. My background is actually in munitions and aviation sustainment. And I've also worked in several different PM offices from the air as well as the fires perspective. But most recently, I think one of the most enlightening assignments that I had was to be on the ground floor to stand up the Rapid Capabilities and Critical Technologies Office, the RICTO, right here in Redstone Arsenal, Alabama. And my very first program to work in that regard was the long-range hypersonic weapon and fielding that initial capability to our U.S. Army soldiers. Again, what an opportunity to do that and hand over an incredible platform and weapon system and capability to our soldiers. Learned a lot in that regard, and now in this assignment at AMC headquarters, leading our advanced manufacturing initiatives has been incredibly eye-opening and an absolute honor. So with that, I'll pass it over to Mr. Jason Duncan from TACOM.
Good afternoon, everyone. Really happy to be here, especially as we were leaving Detroit, de-icing and fighting through snow. So really happy to be here. We should really move the venue outside, but we'll go ahead and execute in here. So as stated, I'm part of the Detroit Arsenal team. I've also been working for the government for 25 years, coming up in my 25th year. Majority of my assignments pretty much all in the logistics realm. I've done some other initiatives really with a lot of visibility across the Army. CBM, CBM Plus, prognostic predictive maintenance, goes by a lot of names, predictive logistics now, working the assured mobility systems, all moving at warp speed. This program's moving faster. Really excited to be a part of it, really excited to see where we're going to go and where we're going to build out to deliver the capability that's needed. So again, Jason Duncan here from TACOM. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Colonel Rob Montgomery. I'm the 45th Chief of Ordnance, Commandant of the U.S. Army Ordnance School. The largest corps in the Army. Go Ordnance. Yeah, I don't hear the transporter or quartermaster, but my battle buddy, quartermaster comments over there. He thinks he's the largest, but nevertheless. So the Ordnance School is responsible for the portfolio of everything that shoots, that goes boom and boom. Every wheel vehicle we maintain, every radar, weapon system, electronics maintenance, EOD, explosive safety. So it's a pretty big portfolio. So I have nearly 30 years of service in. My background is really tanks, Bradleys, and Strykers. Grew up in Fort Hood and quite frankly in Iraq and Afghanistan, I feel. So I know these systems and I know how they work. I know how they move. I know how they break. And one of the biggest things in combat is when the system breaks, how quickly can we get a part into that country to fix that part. So we'll talk a little bit about that, and I'll talk about what we're doing in the schoolhouse for advanced manufacturing and trying to enable the force and modernize the force. Thank you.
Thank you both. So it's an incredibly exciting time to be a part of Army transformation and sitting at the headquarters for Army Material Command, watching it in motion and being a part of that transformation is as exciting as it gets. In 3 different areas for advanced manufacturing, Army Material Command continues to focus on, number 1, delivering combat-ready formations. It's imperative, right? One way we're doing it is through our small UAS initiatives to build the manufacturing capacity within the organic industrial base. And that's huge as we start talking about leveraging the Army's industrial might, right? The theme of this entire AUSA forum, that is in action immediately as we speak. Number 2, enhancing the soldier experience. When we talk about advanced manufacturing, it's not always about parts and pieces and metals and alloys, right? We're 3D printing barracks at Fort Bliss. And that ribbon cutting was held months ago, and we're going after more as we speak. So again, it's not always about metals and alloys and parts and pieces. 3D printing barracks for our soldiers to enhance their quality of life has been very important. And then thirdly, reimagining, or even better yet, supercharging the organic industrial base. As we onshore a lot of manufacturing capacity and capability, advanced manufacturing is at the heart of that. And what we see in excelling that and accelerating that for our nation is the partnerships. The partnerships are what's key. As we lean forward to develop those PPP, public-private partnerships, number 1, our partnerships with industry, with academia, our strategic partners, and even nonprofit organizations. Helping us accelerate to go faster in that domain is absolutely imperative. So we need your help in that area. So Army Material Command, General Mohan has spoken several different times to identify the supply chain challenges and the vastness of that nature, if you will. Currently today, we have 34,000 delinquent back-ordered parts, right? Upwards of $500 million. That's hard-earned taxpayer dollars that we have put in orders for, and we cannot get those parts no matter how bad we want them. That is an absolute hit on readiness and an impact to our soldiers and our absolute nation. We've got to fix that. That's an absolute direct threat to our readiness. So we see advanced manufacturing at the headquarters at Army Material Command, honing in on 5 very specific lines of effort. We held, I'll say, an advanced manufacturing summit back in December, where we synchronized the enterprise. We brought leaders in from all across the Army, nonprofit organizations, as well as academic partners. And out of that particular summit, we identified 5 lines of effort that we spun off IPTs on to go off and tackle and deliver results. Those topics are updating our advanced manufacturing strategy to align with our OSD partners, our enhancement of the data repository as we align with our DLA as well as our OSW partners for defense manufacturing exchange, advanced manufacturing and echelon, and I'm not going to steal Rob's thunder because he's going to highlight that in great detail for you. But again, layered approach to how we provide advanced manufacturing capability to our soldiers at divisions, at TSCs, at the forward levels, at the tactical edge is imperative. Expanding partnerships, which I just kind of honed in on, and how our partners across the enterprise, across the DIB, our academic partners, how they can all help us go faster in that domain. And then lastly, accelerating advanced manufacturing parts qualification. This is a hot topic. General Hodney, General Mohan, as well as Honorable Ingraham from all our Army kind of highest senior leaders have been discussing this particular topic. And I think in that domain of accelerating the parts qualification, we're leaning again on many of our partners across our LCMCs and industry to help us go faster in that domain, but very strategic partners across academia, which we'll hit on, that are highlighting their support and their incredible capability across our academic domain. So very exciting to watch that. But from an advanced manufacturing perspective, what we also see across Army Material Command is, and really the enterprise, is a risk-adverse culture, right? It's something new, it's something shiny, it's something just a little bit different. It's not the same, and that's why we're calling it Army transformation. It's not made to be comfortable, right? But from an engineering perspective, from an evaluation perspective, we've got to assess the risks, assess the value and the benefits to our soldiers, and do that with a tactical and a very technical perspective. And so again, leveraging our partners to help us go faster in that domain is absolutely imperative and important. So again, just kind of taking the context back of asking yourself, what's worse? The soldier actually not even having the part and that weapon system being down and non-mission capable, or again, leveraging our industry and our academic partners and our might of the OIB and all of our technical domain and partners to help us assess risk, evaluate that risk, and to go faster to qualify these advanced manufacturing parts. Again, it's kind of venturing off into the unknown in that regard, but it's incredibly important. So the enterprise, again, we're focused on driving transformation and change. You know, qualification processes can take upwards of 14 plus months in that regard, and that to us is unacceptable. We've got to go faster, and we need your help in that. So I do want to highlight one example of going faster and how challenging the status quo has been important to us. So I've got a little part here to highlight. Anyone ever seen one of these before? Raise your hand if you've seen it. Yeah, couple, not many, right? You can kind of highlight. It's a small tap hammer to induce a tap test. So this is used at our depots to highlight and, ready? Again, archaic processes and transformation. We actually tap the helicopter blade, listen with our very calibrated ears to determine where and when and how many defects we can assess, okay? Happening today in one of our depots. And what we're here to also relay, and very proud of the fact that we've actually induced technology. It's called shearography. It's a thermal imaging technology, and we worked with our T2Com and our DEFCOM partners and our strategic partners like NIAR to help us accelerate and qualify that particular process to, instead of using a tap hammer and our very calibrated ears, to now using thermal imaging technology to assess defects in helicopter blades, where we can now reduce our time from 4 hours of tapping to now an 87% reduction in time. And that, again, is speed and agility using technologies that we already have today and implementing them within our depots and arsenals and our OIB partners. Again, I just wanted to highlight that one example. It's advanced manufacturing and process improvement, right? But it's the adaptation of that risk at posture and really accepting that risk within our culture. So again, I just use that as an example to highlight how we're implementing technology within our depots and arsenals. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Jason Duncan as we kind of highlight again some of the initiatives that TACOM is embarking on to really transform our parts qualification process for advanced manufacturing. Jason?
Thank you, Carolyn. I'm going to stand up and move around. Before I get started with my portion, I just wanted to applaud the efforts from the headquarters AMC on the lines of effort. I've never seen an effort where all the DevComs, all the LCMCs come together to solve complex problems. And that's what we're doing every day. We're putting points on the board. We're solving long-standing challenges that existed within the advanced manufacturing framework and really getting after it. So really appreciate and applaud the effort and the leadership from headquarters AMC. I'm going to talk about our origin story. So this process and how TACOM got put on the map for advanced manufacturing started with battle damage, repair, and fabrication. This effort really started getting after and solving readiness challenges for the Army, utilizing advanced manufacturing, filling and augmenting supply challenges as they exist in the normal supply system. We ran through a very robust process, leveraged multiple stakeholders to execute this, which really bogged down the process and slowed things down. So by the time we got to a part that was BDRF approved, the ESR demand vanished, or the value proposition of replacing that component disappeared. BDRF also came with some challenges and required multiple maintenance touch points. And that was one of the areas that, you know, the tactical formations kind of pushed back a little bit about having to remove and replace to install the BDRF component until the OEM part showed up and immediately replacing that BDRF component. So that led to some of the challenges and shortcomings with the BDRF program. So we looked at all the processes that we went through, and AMC challenged us, why don't we just qualify those parts? Huge challenge. We've had parts that sat in the ECP process that we worked through with no movement whatsoever. So we analyzed the problem, identified what was really holding us back from moving forward, and it all came back to policy. We elevated that up. Headquarters AMC took the mantle, met with Army senior leaders, the Secretary of the Army, and developed Army Directive 2025-14 that gave the authority for the AMC CG to qualify advanced manufacturing parts. And that was a game changer. That really started moving things forward. But also, no good deed comes unpunished. So we were challenged, as you heard maybe in the video earlier, to execute 60 parts in 60 days. I had a full head of hair before this started, catching hairs that were falling out, but a lot of sleepless nights, a lot of challenges, but the community came together, the Detroit Arsenal community. We worked very well together with our GVSC teammates, as well as Rock Island Arsenal Joint Manufacturing Technology Center to get after that problem. So we didn't want to just meet the standard, we exceeded the standard. We qualified 61 parts in 57 days. So big applause, thank you. And that just highlighted our ability to move faster. What we realized with the way we were set up is that that pace was not sustainable in the long run. We needed to look at our process and retool to get after parts qualification, movement away from battle damage, repair and fabrication, or temporary use parts. So we automated our processes, we're integrating AI technology, and really stepping back and looking at how much faster can we move forward with sustained pressure to move parts through the process. And what we've signed up to do is 425 parts in the next 12 months. A big ask, but we're already starting to figure out ways to get there. 4x, what we had before, but we really believe it's achievable. And it's not just because we think we can. We've analyzed the problem, and we're pulling all the levers to be able to execute to that requirement. We're eliminating unnecessary steps in our process and reducing the time at each one of those processes. We can see ourselves and see how long things are sitting at various stages to be able to identify and allocate resources. We're strategically partnering with industry and academia. It was brought up, NIAR. NIAR is one of our strategic partners. We've also worked with other vendors to develop digital twins. Those digital twins allow us to kind of move that tech data into the advanced manufacturing workflow. We've done it with the M113, we've done it with the Bradley, we're doing it now with the M8882, and looking at other platforms beyond there. We're also investing in the OIB. You heard this morning, we're really trying to push OIB modernization, OIB capability, and it's there in spades with the advanced manufacturing mission. Another really exciting effort that we were able to announce at Mill AM, and I'll repeat it now because it was so exciting, is we started to bring vendors into our framework and qualifying vendors. You can see my chart on the left-hand side. I won't speak to it, but we've set up an accelerated process to bring industry partners into the fold so they can produce advanced manufacturing qualified parts and allow us to meet the pace of war. So we've kind of looked at that process. We've proven that process out for industry partners, and now we're pivoting to our tactical formations and OIB. And as I stated before, it's only right that we start with Rock Island Arsenal Joint Manufacturing Technology Center as the first tactical organic site to receive qualification. We've had a GBSC team out there a couple weeks ago, and we're wrapping that up. All signs point to yes. They'll be the first, and then following that, we'll move out to other locations, 21st TSC, 19th TSC, 25th ID, partnering with 1AD, 101st, 3rd ID, and 4th ID to really start moving through our process and figure out how to better support in the tactical domain, as well as receive information up at the enterprise to allow us to move faster. 21st TSC signed an MOU with TACOM for advanced manufacturing, which will enable us to project that capability forward. I won't steal a lot of Colonel Montgomery's thunder, but I did want to highlight some really exciting things that are going on in the formations. I'll start with the 101st, just a quick example. Some of you may have seen it. It was playing in the video. They identified a readiness challenge. It was a muzzle brake key, small component on the M19A3. It was highlighted in a podcast and really became a call to action across the enterprise to solve this problem. So TACOM, working with the 101st, also partnering with NIAR, we were able to produce those parts and just recently had a successful live fire testing event. So really excited about the efforts going on and the support we're getting inside the units to move forward with these advanced manufacturing parts. And then the second one, just for sake of time, that I'll highlight is 1AD, really getting after it, utilizing fielded technology to produce advanced manufacturing parts. And they're doing this all within their advanced manufacturing authorities for tiered parts, advanced manufacturing capability given to them in DAPAM 750-1 and AR 750-1. I'll stop there, transition my battle buddy, Colonel Montgomery, talk a little bit more about capability echelon.
I guess I'm done. Everybody said all the good stuff, right? So I want to start with think digitally, print tactically, repair strategically. Now, that's the foundational motto that we have at the Ordnance School. Now, when you look at the Ordnance School and the 28 MOSs that we train, there's one MOS that's really responsible for this advanced manufacturing endeavor. That's the 91 Echo, and the warrant officer, the 914 Alpha, so the Allied Trade Specialist. So what we've done, essentially, when we look at this in large scale, from the strategic to the tactical, you know, we are up against a battle that the supply chain, everybody knows, cannot keep up with. Cannot keep up with, regardless of the world we're in. So we're not necessarily focused on the factory and the factory's ability to deliver parts. We're focused on the ability of that young soldier to manufacture parts at the point of need. That is where we're at, and that's what we're training the soldiers with. So in yesteryears, the 91 Echo MOS, Allied Trade Specialist, was really responsible for cutting and welding. That's it, in combat, cutting and welding. Their skills were really honed in after 20 years of war, when we had to put armor plating on these vehicles and they had to learn how to fabricate. Now today, we've accelerated that tremendously. Now, in the Ordnance School, we are not just building young soldiers and teaching them how to weld and cut. That's part of their curriculum. Now we're teaching them far more exquisite technology of 3D printing, of CAD design, CAM design, from production to execution, right? And that's a pretty complex, that's more of an engineer task, and that's what we're trying to do. We've increased the point of instructions for the enlisted soldiers. We've increased it some 30 hours for the warrant officers, a lot more advanced technical skills. We've also increased the warrant officer curriculum to almost 300 plus hours. So they got to stay in school much, much, much longer. In the past, you have, you know, a young warrant officer, CW2, that would come to the school and stay in perhaps 2 months. Now it's up to nine plus weeks, right? And so in order to ensure that the modernization efforts are proliferated and we get the right skills at these units that are doing exquisite things in technology, we need to train the soldiers in the schoolhouse how to use that technology. And likewise, we are partnering with a lot of universities and academia in the advanced manufacturing space. So now, how does this all work and come together strategically as we link in this, this intertwined network of all this advanced manufacturing? So what we're trying to do as part of the advanced manufacturing strategy is we're trying, as the slide, if you go to the next slide, Ms. Farmer's slide. So we have 180 1st Armored Division, we have 101st we have 21st TSC. We have all these divisions and these units doing their own experimentation. And so, which is great. And in partnership with TACOM, in partnership with AMC, what we're trying to do is build these foundries, these exquisite foundries. And these foundries at echelon, from the battalion all the way to the core, essentially a factory with the best and the most advanced manufacturing tools, if you will be placed in these units. The same type of equipment, so we could, life cycle them out as well. And those 91 Echoes and 914s could come in and not atrophy their skills. They will continue to build those things and build those parts as TACOM and AMC starts to certify these parts. And right now, we have young soldiers building a lot of parts. They're experimenting. Their skills are proliferating. And these parts that they're building, they're testing out, they're sending it to us so we could validate and certify them. Little parts the size of your finger that they could build will replace a part that costs $5,000 to $10,000, right? The components, there's when you take a particular part out of a vehicle, if a little piece breaks, for example, you got to take that whole entire piece and send it back to the OEM. That whole entire piece, that component, will likely cost $10,000 or more, and we could rebuild those little pieces for pennies on the dollar. So that's what we're doing, and as we build these foundries in the U.S. and overseas, we start to connect them. So if a unit is making a particular part, they could share that part across the world. That's how we project combat power forward in the Indo-Pacific, in Europe, in Africa, in Asia Pacific, and so forth, right? So as we build these foundries that are man-controlled, C2'd by those 4 deployed units, and so that's part of the strategy that we're trying to build. I'll open up the questions, ma'am.
Actually, we're getting the hand wave, so I know we're probably not going to be able to take questions, but if you do have questions off stage, if you'll meet us in the back here, we've actually got a sidebar room. We're more than happy to take your questions for advanced manufacturing. But allow me to kind of do just a quick wrap up. Number one, gentlemen, thank you so much for sharing the stage with me today. Incredible background and capabilities, and thank you so much for bringing your specific areas of expertise to complement this particular discussion on advanced manufacturing. To highlight our incredible tap hammer that will soon be in a museum, we will actually be ribbon cutting the chirography chamber at Corpus Christi Army Depot next week. Could not be more excited to put this in a museum. So applause to that. But again, as a wrap up for advanced manufacturing, our adversaries and our technologies will never, ever be as slow as it is today. It will only get faster, and we need your help to go faster in that domain. I would venture to say that if we are not making people feel uncomfortable, you're probably not doing your job in Army transformation, right? Ask questions, push back, do not accept status quo, because every single one of our soldiers deserve for you to push back and for you to ask the question of, why can't we go faster, okay? So please keep that in mind. We are faster when we actually work together. You've heard every single one of us mention working across the Army enterprise. We're working at the OSW and joint service level. We're working with our academic partners and our incredible industry partners to get after this particular space. So again, we're faster together. And our goal in all of this for advanced manufacturing, as we kind of take this, to wrap it up, is really to never allow any of our soldiers to enter a fair and equal fight. We want them to have an advantage at every single turn. We want to give them that advantage to win, and lastly, to come home safely to their friends and family. That is our job, and that's what we're here to do. And we feel that advanced manufacturing is one of the many ways, if we harness that technology and power, that we're going to get us there. So again, thank you for your time, and thank you for joining us today. Appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, before you leave, we have a special awards presentation. If you have time, please join us for the Army Soldiers and Coach of the Year. Athletes.
Hello? Oh. I'm mic'd up. Be scared. Hi, Mike. If you're here for the Athlete and Coach of the Year ceremony, please take your seats. We're going to begin momentarily. Thank you. Boom, boom, boom. How are you? I'm good. Good to see you too. Yeah. I got roped into narrating this because they didn't lock a narrator in. So. Some things never change.
That's right. Voice of AUSA.
The voice of AUSA has spoken. Are we ready?
Ladies and gentlemen of the Warriors Corner, we will have a special awards presentation for deserving athletic soldiers and coaches. Please join us. If you have time, please just assemble, take a seat. Thank you.
Thanks for the backup. All right, good afternoon. I'm Sergeant Major Retired Julie Guerra, Director of NCO and Soldier Programs for AUSA. Welcome to the Army's Athlete and Coach of the Year Awards ceremony, hosted by Installation Management Command. The Army's Athlete and Coach of the Year Awards honors the leading male and female athletes and top coach who exemplify sportsmanship, integrity, and professionalism, both on and off the field. This program is open to male and female soldier athletes and coaches from the active, reserve, and National Guard Army, participating in garrison intramurals, varsity sports, and all Army sports. Nominations were evaluated based on athletic or coaching performance, military accomplishments, awards, and community service. Presenting these outstanding soldier athletes their awards are the CG of Installation Management Command, Lieutenant General James Smith, and Command Sergeant Major Corey Perry. Woo! I'm a wooer. Sergeant First Class Lolita E. Galdones has been selected as the winner for the 2025 Female Army Soldier Athlete of the Year Award, recognizing her exceptional athletic excellence, leadership, and community involvement. As the captain of the All-Army Women's Rugby team for the past 3 years, Sergeant First Class Galdones has an impressive record, leading her team to win 2 gold medals and 1 silver medal. Her skill and dedication culminated in her selection as a member of the Armed Forces team during the 2025 Armed Forces Women's Rugby Championship. She was instrumental in securing a gold medal, demonstrating her value as a level-headed leader and playing every minute of the championship match. In addition to her athletic achievements, Sergeant First Class Galdones is committed to community service. She coaches the Fayetteville women's rugby team, actively promoting the sport and fostering camaraderie within the Fort Bragg area. Ladies and gentlemen, your Army Female Soldier Athlete of the Year, Sergeant First Class Lolita E. Galdones. Staff Sergeant Eric Munoz has been selected as the winner for the 2025 Male Army Soldier Athlete of the Year Award, recognizing his exceptional passion, discipline, and selfless service both on and off the field. In 2025, Staff Sergeant Munoz demonstrated his athletic versatility by participating in the 1st Cavalry Division Week for his unit's soccer and flag football teams, and by running the Austin Marathon, representing the 1st Cav Division. He is a key player and a driving force behind the Fort Hood soccer team, consistently delivering high-level performance. Staff Sergeant Munoz is also deeply committed to his community, dedicating his personal time to volunteering at youth soccer clinics and supporting various local soccer academies and high schools throughout Central Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, your Army Soldier Athlete of the Year, Staff Sergeant Eric Munoz. Last but certainly not least, Sergeant First Class Linwood L. Blackman III has been selected as the winner of the 2025 Army Coach of the Year Award, recognizing his exceptional leadership and profound impact on the U.S. Army Garrison Bavaria sports community. As the head coach for the U.S. Army Garrison Bavaria male varsity basketball team, Sergeant First Class Blackman created a culture of excellence that led the team to win the Europe Military Conference Finals Championship in his first year. His leadership extends beyond the basketball court, as he also serves as the head coach for his squadron's intramural flag football, soccer, and softball teams. Sergeant First Class Blackman is dedicated to giving back to the community by hosting free skill-sharing workshops for youth, adults, and seniors. These workshops focus on teamwork, work ethics, and practical training techniques for peak performance. His outstanding contributions have been recognized with several awards, including the Military Outstanding Volunteer Service Medal and an Army Achievement Medal for leading his team to become the IMCOM Europe Community Recreation Basketball Champions. Ladies and gentlemen, your Army Coach of the Year, Sergeant First Class Linwood Blackman III. At this time, Sergeant Blackman. At this time, we would like to call all awardees to the stage for a group photo with the IMCOM leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending this award ceremony and celebrating the amazing success of these soldier athletes. This will defend, be all you can be.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen in the Warriors Corner. As you finish your lunch, would you please collect all of your trash and take it with you? The sanitation department is on strike in Warriors Corner, so we know who you are. We have another presentation in 15 minutes. Thank you for your attention.
Different than anything we've ever had before. And so I want you to just, think about those numbers, think about the data, and you might say, well, what does prosecuting fires and prosecuting targets have to do with command and control? I will tell you it has everything to do with command and control. Every single warfighting function fits into the ecosystem of command and control. Every single mission thread is a part of command and control. Anything that is going to require a decision from a commander is part of command and control. So whether that is protection, fires, intelligence, everything contributes to lethality. And that's what command and control, and that's really what NextGen C2 is all about. This is more than just talking on a radio and ensuring that you are able to control and coordinate your forces. This is about moving at a speed that was unprecedented in the future fight, because that's going to be required. We're going to face an enemy in the future that is going to be a peer. And the only way that we're going to have a strategic advantage is through our command and control mechanisms. That's our, secret sauce in the U.S. military. It's not going to be mass. It's going to be the way that we effectively synchronize and command our forces. So at this time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass it off to Seth. He's going to talk a little bit about what 4th Infantry Division's been doing through their Ivy Sting pathway.
No, thanks for that, sir. I'm an artilleryman, so he started talking about targeting. I got like motivated, I almost jumped out of the chair. So like was mentioned, I'm the Novartis operations officer. I've been part of the NextGen C2 journey inside 4ID since the very beginning. And what I'd really like to talk about today is our Ivy Sting methodology. These are our exercises that are designed and predicated on the frequent touches between us, between industry, and between the technology that enable us to accelerate and iterate and ultimately scale at a much faster and better level. So we started this journey in Ivy Sting 1 in September. Ivy Sting 1 near and dear to me as an artilleryman because it was the Artillery Execution Suite's first FA Cannon live fire execution. There's a couple things that I just want to highlight, key takeaways along the way for our Ivy Sting series. The key takeaway there for us as a division was the soldiers gaining comfort in the risk environment that we had. So we got Artillery Execution Suite a week before execution of Ivy Sting 1. It was a beta version, didn't currently have the capability to do FA Cannon live fire. It was really just to familiarize our soldiers with the capability. 48 hours before we got the just-in-time engineer release to actually do the FA Cannon live fire, and then our team executed that 48 hours later. When we talk about speed and how you accelerate things, the amount of risk that you have to be willing to assume, and then what was most difficult for our soldiers is the realization that there is potential of failure along the way. Failure is always present, but their ability to fight through that was really what Ivy Sting 1 was about. We went to Ivy Sting 2, and we started to really focus on the mission command nodal structure and how we make that work. What it means to be form factor agnostic, how we're going to fight as nodes. We looked at how we were going to have a logistics backbone that would support the things that we wanted to do on the modern battlefield. And what we learned is the soldiers know what they need and they know what they want. So we had soldiers at the lowest echelon focusing on logistics, again, as an artillery officer, class 5 management, our ammo management, right, is always one of those things that, you know, depending on the unit you're on, you have some bespoke method for how you're going to manage ammunition, either a whiteboard. My CG, General Ellis, likes to talk about seeing artillerymen writing on the back of MRE boxes. Like, I've seen it all, right? So the soldiers defined this requirement, hey, we need a better way. And then with our industry partners, before the end of Ivy Sting 2, we had a new system and process that was enabling the warfighter down at the lowest echelon. We moved to Ivy Sting 3. And Ivy Sting 3 was really when we hit our stride when it came to fighting. The first two Ivy Stings, while great, were a lot of figuring out how we were going to make this work. Ivy Sting 3 represented that transition to we have the technology, we've started to integrate it, and now we're going to fight with it. We started to proliferate that technology, whether it was our edge compute or some of our other exquisite systems. We looked at airspace management. When we talk about ammo management as artillerymen, airspace management, another huge part of what we do. We iterated on that, and then we started to work through our predictive logistics model. Fast forward to Ivy Sting 4, and we learned the valuable lesson of the importance of collaboration. So Ivy Sting 4, we executed with Marines, with the Australians, with the British, and then for us, the Colorado National Guard, who provided access to HIMARS. So internal to the 4th Infantry Division, we don't have any organic HIMARS systems. But from the very beginning, we've been clear-eyed on the reality that we are doing this for the Army. And doing it for the Army, being NextGen C2 prototyping, requires that you have tested all the capabilities that the Army has. So the Colorado National Guard brought us HIMARS. We were able to integrate NextGen C2 technology and capability with that and had a great deal of success. And really leveraging the different strengths and access to certain systems is really one of the things that we've identified that have made our Ivy Sting series successful. And then a couple weeks ago, we just finished Ivy Sting 5. It was our largest event yet, 6 Styx lanes. That's really what we fight through to make evaluations on how the technology is enabling the warfighter. We had 35 mission threat objectives. We had every unit on Fort Carson that's a part of the 4th Infantry Division involved, and then we had every echelon represented down to the lowest level. I'll tell you what's exciting about that, or what we saw as a result of that, was the ownership that the soldiers take when you empower them to do what's necessary. We communicated, quite simply that nobody's coming to help and there's nowhere to hide. You own this problem, right? Industry, we started off with industry back in Ivy Sting 1. There was a pretty good ratio. As we've evolved and as we've scaled, that ratio has quickly turned where the amount of green suiters are not sustainable to be supported by the industry partners. These are our problems. These are things that we need to solve and we need to take ownership of. And what we saw in spades during Ivy Sting 5 is the soldiers' willingness to do that and really rise to the occasion, which is going to be tremendously helpful as we enter Ivy Mass in May, which is our division's risk reduction exercise for Project Convergence Capstone 6. And there's no mistaking it. 4th Infantry Division's going out to Fort Irwin to fight together and to win. So with that, I'll turn it over to Lieutenant Colonel Brinkman for his comments.
No, thanks for those comments. Hey, so we're pretty aligned on our methodology and approach. Just like 4th Infantry Division has their Ivy Sting series, we also have a series, and they're called Lightning Surges. We've put big buckets on top of them just so we can make sure that we're prioritizing and doing data integrations, and we're focusing on those specific areas. So Lightning Surge 1, all we're trying to do is get our unified data layer, our common data layer, to actually just talk to our main 2 tactical mission command systems and our strategic command mission systems. Like, just move data back and forth between those 2, which was a really good. We learned a lot of lessons out of it, like how we needed data models, what we actually can't send a gazillion objects down to the tactical edge. It just floods it, right? So good lessons learned right there. Lightning Surge 2, we talked about fires. Very similar to what 4th ID did. We built on the success of AXS. We did HIMARS. We did 777s. We continue to use the mesh radio systems that we have from our C2 fixed fielding, and then expanded that to use both our SATCOM, our tactical SATCOM systems, MEOS, and also private 5G all the way down to the guns. So now the guns, over the period, the guns and the launchers over a period of 6 months, you can only shoot 15 23s. And over the 6 months, you have the 2 NGC2 units combined to provide a full pace for these systems that actually allows our commanders to have options, right? Lightning Surge 3, we're going to go, we talked about airspace management. Lightning Surge 3, that is our big focus. And we're going to go to the Philippines for Lightning Surges 3 and 4. Lightning Surge 3 is going to be focused on our counter-landing live fire. We're going to have our Divardi out there. We're going to have our Combat Aviation Brigade. We're going to have an infantry battalion directly assigned to the task force fires team. And we're going to see how that whole orchestration works so that we can actually bring about lethality, just like Brigadier General Kalushin said, at speed, at relevance, based upon an incoming force coming in off of the area in the Philippines. Lightning Surge 4, we're focused on logistics. For all the same reasons, worth ideas, we need to have a good common understanding of not only what we're expending and what we're using and medical stats and everything that comes upon the sustainment picture, but also what's available in inventory, making sure that data flow is pushed and pulled all the way through so we can use and leverage AI to make those predictions. Lightning Surge 5 is very, very focused on AI. And as we pivot to our next brigade that goes in Pacific Pathways, 2nd Mobile Brigade, that will be their chance to adopt all the lessons that 3rd Mobile Brigade, which is currently the focus, is getting and take that and run with it. And then finally, Lightning Surge 6, that is our CTC rotation equivalent in Oahu, called JPMRC. And that's going to be where we really focus on integration with the Indo-PACOM Mission Network and the Joint Fires Network, because we know in the Indo-PACOM theater, we're not quite the biggest game out there. It's really a Navy-run theater, and so we need to be able to make sure that we can integrate with those lethality platforms that those 2 service sister organizations have. But great to be here, and really humbled to be here.
All right, so I do want to first of all, I thank AUSA for hosting this event. I do want to circle back to something General Kalushin said. So I think we all have the sense of urgency of why C2, why we're doing NextGen C2, just from a requirements perspective. But I'll circle back to this morning for those of you that were listening to the Under talk about kind of the changes that are ongoing within the acquisition enterprise. NextGen C2 was one of those opportunities that the Army seized upon a couple years ago as we reimagined how we want to get after something that historically has been a challenge for the Army, and that is keeping pace with technology in an environment, especially within the field that we're in, within communications. The processes that we had in the Army just could not keep up with the pace of technology in the communication space. And so this was a perfect opportunity based off of what was going on real world, based off of the Army finally acknowledging that, hey, we've got an opportunity here to reimagine how we do acquisition writ large. And so there was an organization, AFC, Mike was a part of that early on, to look at how we did requirements. On the acquisition side, we looked at different ways that we would get after delivering those requirements, and the result really was the concept that is NextGen C2. So a couple of things that I want you to take away from what's changed, right? So what are some of the guiding principles from an acquisition standpoint that we're getting after within NextGen C2? Number one, we are prototyping at scale. And we are when I say at scale, I mean at scale. Division level exercises times 2. I do want you to understand, though, those are meant to be complementary efforts. And maybe I'll turn it back over to you guys in just a second to talk about, crosstalk that's happening, things that you two are sharing as part of that. So it is meant to be kind of a best-of-breed approach to how we get after this. And that will continue as we go to post-prototyping. We're still going to have those kind of relationships with the divisions as we move forward, as we iterate, from NextGen C2 as we get into 27 and beyond. So that was probably one of the bigger tenets is the partnership with the units, with industry. Look, we've had a lot of things in the past called things like soldier touch points, but to the scale of vendors in the dirt with soldiers, with the requirements folks, with the test community, with the sustainers, all those enablers that you hear about that are part of the PAE construct, all of them out in the dirt at the same time, capturing, learning, iterating, touching code there on site as these two gentlemen identify, hey, this is great, but we needed to do this. So, the coder is able to make those changes, drop that next software patch in time for the next event. And that's the forcing function that is the Lightning Surge and Ivy Sting series. Because when we originally started this, we had kind of these major milestones. We needed kind of those stretch goals, those inch stones along the way. And which is why we stood up the Surge and the Sting series to get after that. The other thing I want to talk about is the continuous iteration. You're not going to hear me or any of I got a couple of PMs floating around out there. You're not going to hear them say words like FRP, right? We're not going to get to an end state with what we're doing from a network perspective. This is going to be a continuous iteration. We want to design this so that it's truly composable, so that as new technologies come online, we're able to drop those in rapidly. So you heard the under this morning say commercial first from a technology perspective. We will embody that within this NextGen C2 space, but commercial also means readily available to everybody, right? And so it's only as good as our ability to rapidly inject it, train it, field it, and get it out there, and then replace it with the next solution right behind it, right? So a lot of people have access to a lot of the same technologies. So our competitive advantage needs to be in our ability to rapidly scale and deliver those capabilities. The other one is just the true partnership that I talked about before, both from an industry and an acquisition enterprise perspective across the space from our requirements all the way through. But I would also say on a business-to-business relationship perspective as well. So what you see in these two divisions is we've got two team leads that have done a tremendous job on the business-to-business relationships. Where we've identified gaps coming out of some of these exercises, they've been able to reach out, identify folks that could get after some of those gaps and rapidly onboard them because of that business-to-business relationship that they've established. So I think that partnership has been a big part of that one. And then for us from a 26, I get asked a lot, hey, what's kind of your focus areas in 26? And as you go into 27, I will tell you, 26 really, these two prototype divisions, getting them to where we want to be from what I would call normalizing that architecture, because we do have differences between these two, and it's purposeful. It's an opportunity to both look at different solutions as well as see what will work well across both. So we will normalize that as we go throughout the rest of 26 and as we get 4ID through Ivy Mass and PCC, and as we get 25th position to go to JPMRC, you'll start to see us kind of normalize those. The next thing I will say, if you're not tracking, there's this effort called C2 Now, and that is really, speaking of kind of getting kit out there as fast as we can, that is an opportunity for us to get after what we used to call the upper tactical internet. For those of you familiar with the old WIN-T systems, the old TSI systems, getting those replaced as quickly as possible via the C2 Now effort, and that really sets conditions at the brigade and above level to enable access to some of the NextGen C2 capabilities that we're working through right now. And then finally, really, we got to start. We got to plan for catastrophic success. So what does that look like in 27 as we come out of these two divisions? The Army's put resources into NextGen C2. And so in 27, you're going to see us go even faster at scale, getting after the units that are, that are to be determined as we move into FY27. So with that, I know we want to make time for questions, but I don't know if you two want to talk about like some of the common things that you guys are learning between the two divisions.
Yeah, so I think something Fourth ID has done that we took right off the bat was our commanding general, Major General Bartholomew, was very, very focused on visualizing and understanding the electromagnetic environment. That was a big lesson observed out of our JPMRC last fall. He's like, I really don't have a good understanding about what the enemy is emitting, where we're emitting, and we've all seen the lessons observed in Ukraine. Like, if you emit, you have to understand that environment because that indicates lethality against you or to the adversary. So we've been very focused on visualizing that. Something that Fourth ID has done really well with their environment is they are pushing extremely hard for containerization of anything, like to include AXS, to include, so if it was a computer that used to come out that used to run on a bespoke piece of kit and a hardware, Fourth ID is like, get it out of here. I don't want that. I want a container that I can deploy anywhere and I can run it off of my computer system normally, right? So Lightning Surge 3, we are actually taking containerized solutions developed by Fourth ID and employing them in our environment to do that same thing so we can get away from the bespoke, hey, I need this computer that runs this much hardware. I'm just going to deploy it with, you know, using modern cloud principle where the orchestrator can say what resources this thing needs, and I don't have to go out and say, hey, field artillery guy, I need you to get really smart on this really cool computer that has all this. No, they don't have time for that. Then you got more important things to worry about. So it's about stuff like that. That's where we cross-talk back and forth all just like that. So the 5G and the MUA solutions that they developed for fires immediately got punted over, right? So the transport, that is the goodness of it.
No, sure, I appreciate that. I was going to bring up the 5G example, which has been huge. And really, the containerization piece, right, to reach the full potential of the common data layer, it has to be accessible. So access, you know, when we set that condition, it's because of access. Like, it needs to be accessible because if we're going to go form factor agnostic and anybody, you know, we don't have anybody tied to any specific system or any specific node that they can do their job out of any of those nodes or, you know, given any kind of condition on the battlefield, that's been huge for us. So I appreciate that, sir.
Yeah, do we want to take some questions? Do we have time for questions back there? If you do, please raise your hand. I think we've got a microphone back here. Except you, Dave.
Thank you. Dave Lockhart. This question goes to something that the Undersecretary Assault has been talking about for the past month. And they've talked about it in the same breath as they've also talked about how quickly they can get things out to industry and this idea of demand signals, a stronger demand signal, right? And he said one of the things that they've done to inform themselves and Army senior leadership all the way up to the Chief Staff of the Army, down to PDMs and everywhere else, is Assault Live. And so was excited to hear about that and want to learn a little bit more about that and how that system, the information in that system, might be more effectively used to both inform the requirement side of the house and inform industry in this partnership that you're talking about.
You guys are all looking at me. All right. So, for those that aren't tracking Assault Live is a Vantage dashboard that. Oh, can you hear me now? All right, thanks. For those that aren't tracking, Assault Live is a dashboard that we're leveraging within the enterprise that is pulling in a bunch of disparate feeds from a bunch of legacy systems, such as, you know, think of the GFibs and the C probes and all the other systems that we use to manage our programs. And it's a visualization tool that we are using writ large across the enterprise to enable kind of a common situational. I mean, it is a COP tool for program management, quite honestly, except it's probably at a higher level than just program management, because to your point, it is something that the requirements, our battle buddies over there could see to understand kind of where we're at from a programmatic perspective. So, and really, it's more than just, so that's what Assault Live is. But I think the thing to take away from this is the intent to get a more transparent, a more real-time look at programs across the enterprise. So we'll use ASALT Live to. That's how we talk to the. That's how I talk to my boss, Honorable Ingraham. When we have the discussions, he likes to go straight to that. We definitely want to get out of the world of PowerPoint and static, non-real-time updates on what we're doing. But really, it's an opportunity across the board for all of us to start leveraging some of these common tools that the warfighters use, that we use, that we all want to start seeing, on everybody's dashboard or laptop or wherever they're working at, real time to see, get a good sight picture. It's also as we start getting into a new world of go fast, budget line consolidations. And real-time changes that we want to make programmatically to efforts. It's meant to enable that ability for everybody to know what we're doing, signaling. It's something that we would want to make sure the Hill is in tune with, industry's in tune with, ASLs are in tune with, that as we identify real-world opportunities in the year of execution, we all have that common operating picture to work from a programmatic perspective. Does that answer your question, Dave? Okay. Any other questions?
I cannot believe there are no questions right now. This is unbelievable.
I'm gonna say that you guys did such a good job that they are good.
I have not sat on anything with NextGen C2 that doesn't have some more questions.
Yeah, I will throw a prompt out there for our bosses and Mr. Welch on Thursday. They're going to have in the auditorium. There's going to be a more we got 2 senior leaders here, but at the GO 2-star, 3-star GO level, they'll also be talking about NGC2 and how they see it from a division commander's perspective. I think just to kind of freelance here a little bit, like when we look about it from the division commanders and what the amount of data that we're processing, I know there's lots of folks sitting in these seats that are either been a staff officer or were in the military at one point in time, and just the incredible amounts of data and the staff churn that we've continued to ask commanders to process and to churn through. That's been the most amazing thing. And a great vignette is the automation of workflows. So I'll use the EW PMTX or the EW example as from Lightning Surge 2. So we were able to detect an EW event, right? Pull that EW event in, and then in near real time collaborate what we actually had out there for an approved spectrum list, and then basically say, hey, this is something that we need to target or not target. And then have a pretty good understanding, like visually at the division level, where that thing was emanating from and then what the power signal was, so we can actually put a signature against it. That process used to take 15 minutes if you put everybody on it. So we took that process and it's down to a minute, right? So we talk about how how's that actually increasing the lethality? We are generating targets in real time to coordinate that, to come up with a composable fires solution through agentic fires, and then it just goes. It just happens. Like that is the important of it, impact of it.
Yeah, Adam, I agree. And so I know just to wrap some of this up or to summarize, NextGen C2 is not done. It's not even close to being done. We're in a prototype phase right now, and so that's the emphasis that I want to place on the current state of NextGen C2. We have 2 prototypes. General Taylor mentioned how we're going to be moving forward past those 2 prototype divisions in FY27. We will continue to progress. Where we are, because I've been a part of this since PC4, and what I saw, which was a static display proof of concept at PC4 to something that we fielded to a maneuver battalion in PC5 to where we are now at 2 divisions is absolutely incredible. I have not seen a program in 28 years that has moved faster or more effectively and has been more transparent than NextGen C2. Okay, but there is still so much more work to be done. We're going to go to PC6, and it's not going to be perfect. We're going to go to JPMRC, and it's not going to be perfect. What we know is that we have 4 layers in this stack. We have 4 layers that have to be orchestrated together to be successful, and the technologies are still evolving in that space. The integrated data layer underpins it all. That is the most important thing for us to be able to synchronize our data so our commanders can access through usable applications. Decomposing all of that data to ensure that it's easy to be used at the tactical edge. That's what's very important here, is what we don't need is these monolithic systems any longer. We will not prosecute the 1,500 targets a day with all of that data if we are having a bunch of monolithic systems trying to talk to each other. What we don't need is to replace all of those old mission command information systems with something that's just a software equivalent, right? We really need to figure out how to do, and we are doing this in a way that we decompose the data and sharing data across all the different applications. So there's only so many authoritative data sources for us to be able to access. What we don't need is to cause more confusion or to burden, overburden the system by having too many authoritative data sources, by having too many applications, because then at the end of the day, all we're doing is putting more burden on the warfighter when they're trying to access the data that they need and they don't know how to retrieve it. Right at the end of the, what these commanders are doing now for us is they are pushing us in a direction, us being in the Army, and what's most important for them to be able to make decisions in conflict against a peer enemy in the future. And so that's really what this is all about. So we have started small, we have been running very fast, we have failed forward, and we're going to continue to push this all the way through these next culmination events, PC6, JPMRC, and then we'll be driving forward into FY27.
Yeah, I just want to touch on something you just mentioned. So another thing that's changed in this approach fundamentally is we used to measure ourselves within the acquisition community on things like cost schedule performance, things that probably sometimes drove the wrong outcomes that we were seeking. So we are taking a lessons learned from what operational commanders look at, what they value, and our metrics, within our organization, are going to be based around those outcomes, right? So for me, a success is, have I shortened the decision cycle for a commander to make a decision, right? It's not about, did we come in on time here, or, I mean, speed is king right now. Speed is a threshold requirement, let's be honest. But from an outcome perspective, that is how we're measuring ourselves. Did we help with them be more effective, efficient at their metal task? Those are much more tied operational outcomes to what we're doing on the acquisition side as well. All right, with that, I think this concludes our discussion. So thanks, everybody, for being here, and we'll see you around the floor.
Wait till you see the sitting shot. I got the knife back. That was good.
Oh, nice. Yeah. How's everything going?
Good.
Good.
Yeah, good. Yeah, looking forward to doing what you just described, getting all this out of Capstone.
Yeah, absolutely right. We'll learn a lot. Mike's my CTO. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Warriors Corner. Our next panel, Leading Change, Implementing Army Acquisition Reform. Major General Kane Baker, Director of Aviation Futures Capability Directorate. Brigadier General Ronnie Anderson, Director of Sustainment Futures Capability, and their team will present. Sir.
Hey, gentlemen, ladies, good afternoon. I'm Scott Shaw. I'm the director of the Maneuver TID. So for you people who are slide counters, there's 4 slides up here. One says questions, one has our pictures on it, and there's 2 slides in the middle. So this afternoon we're going to intro ourselves. General Baker and I are going to talk about what we did in our previous jobs, what the CDIDs and the CFTs did, and then General Anderson and Mr. Rohde are going to talk about what we're doing now, and then we're going to field your questions. So I'll pass over to General Baker, and then we'll just go down the row. Just introduction.
Major General Kane Baker recently was Future Vertical Lift cross-functional team leader. So think FLRAA, launched effects, and then now the Aviation Future Capabilities Director, split base between Redstone and down at Fort Rucker.
Hi, I'm Brigadier General Ronnie Anderson, and I was the Contested Logistics Cross-Functional Team Director, and now I am the Deputy Commanding General of the Army Combined Arms Support Command and the Director of the Future Capabilities Directorate. The vast majority of our team is there at Fort Lee, think the old CDID, and the remainder of my team is the cross-functional team that remains here on Redstone Arsenal, and we've integrated those teams to make one FCD and working together there.
And I'm Chuck Rohde, and now I have a new microphone. Chuck Rohde, I'm the Deputy Director for the Fires FCD. So the FCD is a new organization, obviously, that's created from combining the old air and missile defense and long-range precision fires cross-functional teams, combining with elements of the CDID and the .D. To put that in perspective, the old CFT had about 25 people on its TDA. We now have 150. We used to be responsible for about 3 to 5 signature modernization efforts. Now we've got 29 programs, 13 signature modernization efforts, and are co-leads with 5 other centers of excellence on 5 programs. So that's who we are now.
So next slide, please. We're going to talk about CFTs and CDIDs just to bring everybody back into the room before we talk about FCDs and TIDs.
So a lot of y'all know CFT. So I used to look at CFT as a small startup, right? Venture capital system where we were given guidance from the board, obviously Secretary of the Army, Chief Staff. Hey, go after your major modernization programs. So for aviation, that was FLRAA, FARA, Launched Effects, Future Tactical UAS, and MOSA. And so for the most, you understand those systems. But what else we did inside of the CFT that a lot of people don't know about was we did a lot of concept work, high fidelity modeling, where we took those systems, put them in an environment, tested them, put against replicable threat, and we used that to drive the program. The other piece we did was experimentation. A lot of experimentation in the dirt, bringing out vendors on IRAD, paying some to come out and see the state of technology so we could advance those major modernization programs. And then ultimately, that all landed inside of requirements, really for FLRAA, FAR, FTUS, and LE. As we transition to the FCD, with the CDID down at Fort Rucker, we take those future modernization efforts along with the legacy piece, and we bring that all together. And I can talk a little bit how we bring that together. The one thing we didn't do very well on the CFT was the .mil-PF integration. That was one thing we didn't do. Small team, about 33 people. We were just focused on the concepts, experiments, and then leveling requirements at that time all the way up to the joint level. So you want to talk CDID?
So the CDID. So the CDIDs, and there were 10 of them across 10 COEs. Each COE had one, and then the chaplain school had one as well. And I was the director of the maneuver at CDID for about 2.5 years. Concepts, experimentation, requirements, and then the integration, like General Baker was saying. So inside the maneuver CDID, there's a concepts directorate that has a force design and force management function, and does the concept itself. So the maneuver concept being written at Fort Benning right now by Chris Castleberry's team in the FCD, but was in the seated under my supervision. The battle lab itself, the maneuver battle lab at Fort Benning, about 250 or so people running both live and constructive experiments. Some of you are familiar with AWE, that's the big one that we ran for 20 plus years. And then some constructive, about 10 a year, and then some one-offs if PMs or DevCom wanted to have something in the dirt with the experimentation force that was at Fort Benning, that still is at Fort Benning. 4 requirements divisions across maneuver, soldier, robotics, and mission command that did all the requirements that the FCDs that were associated with the maneuver center did not do. So everything from AMP-V to lightweight SAPI plate, etc., all inside those 4 requirements divisions. And then inside of the seated itself were 4 Army capabilities managers for the 3 different BCT types and the SFAB. And then we'll talk here in just a second, we talk TIDS, where those things went, but split those apart on 1 October at the stand-up of T2Com. So what we're going to do is pass over to General Anderson and Mr. Roy. They're going to talk about what we're doing now. Next slide, please.
And if I think it would be fair to say, sir, that when we were doing specifically CFT, we were looking at short-circuiting the requirements process to go after new and emerging technology in a very rapid fashion and take those to a signature experimentation effort every year, being the Project Convergence capstones and some of the smaller exercises that led up to that. Would that be fair? Yeah, so what we're doing now, and is if you missed the CMF panel with the PAEs, you really missed a very rich conversation that we won't be able to do justice in here. But now, as part of the PAE structure and having the FCD, to what General Baker was saying, is we now, instead of short-circuiting the requirements process and going to right after some type of new technology, we're building the new requirements process to accelerate not only what we learned in the dirt from all of the experimentation and all of the CTCs and all of the organizations as they do train up. We're taking those lessons learned, building those through our requirements process and the experimentation, and then allowing that to drive the technology, our requirements, and tie them back into the next round, while we're also working hand in hand with those TIDs to update doctrine, update organizations, and being very organizational focused. So for instance, is if I want to do autonomous distribution from the BSB forward in an armored brigade, how many autonomous things does it take to do that? So we will approach the organization as well as the requirement for a material solution, and then maybe we have to do it in a different way, which also includes the doctrine piece. So as I said when I introduced myself, I'm also the Deputy Commanding General for CASCOM. So one of my bosses turned to me and said, Anderson, you're the Deputy Commanding General for Modernization. So because of his Deputy PAE role, he can charge me and empower me to go from the concept to the requirement, bringing that in and transitioning it into the TID to do the .mil PFP integration. So now you have COE, CGs, DCGs, FCD, and TID, literally from the very beginning of what we think until how we deliver it and field it.
Yeah, so it's very important, I think, to hone in on what General Anderson just said is, as CFTs, we were very big materiel focused. We're now almost equally focused on organizational structures. The way we operationalize the concepts to experimentation to requirements, we focus not just on things but on systems and formation. So we conceptualize the future fires, formations, and capabilities. It's informed by the identified capability gaps, as well as the state-of-the-art in science and technology. Then those concepts are refined through wargaming and through threat-based analysis. We then take that to an experimentation venue live virtual, constructive. We just finished SIFWE out at Fort Sill, and then we verify that the concept through experimentation. We do live experimentation with soldier touch points, frequent soldier-informed, relevant touch points on emerging things, emerging concepts and capabilities that we put in soldiers' hands in some of our premier training venues, such as the CTCs. And then those concepts that are validated through experimentation, we then take to our requirements writers, and then we write requirements that have been validated. But the beauty is, as the senior leaders here have said, we're tied hand in glove into the PAEs. So the FCO CG is the Deputy Fires PAE. So even though we're not co-located, we are tied to the PAEs. The FCD is in direct support of PAE Fires. So we can leverage those other transactional authorities and that middle tier of acquisition authorities for rapid prototyping, rapid fielding, and lowering the barrier to entry for the non-traditional defense partners. So it's not just that we are asked to move faster in the modernization enterprise; it's required.
As we were designing slides to come up here, again, so we'd have 4. We're going to stay on this one. My measure of success of whether a slide is good is when someone pulls out their phone and takes a picture of it. So for the folks over here on church left, thanks, and the guys on the right, this one's going to stay up too. So as we were talking, General Baker and I were about FCDs and TIDs. We want to give an example of how FCDs and TIDs are partnered, and then we'll get to your question. So General Tooley, if he were up here, I know General Anderson talked about if you missed out on the PAE talk this morning, you missed out. The PAE has 8 direct or general support organizations. That's the PAE 8. General Tooley calls it the PAE +1. The +1 is the TID. And you can't do .mil PFP, you can't do the fully burdened cost without the TID. So do you want to talk about launch effects?
So launch effects is a good example of, I mentioned earlier, we were not good at .mil PF inside the CFT. Now that we've transitioned to the FCD and the TID, launch effects is a prime example. So this past year, Secretary of War gave guidance, I want to fill launch effects to every division in this fiscal year. That immediately drove something we've been trying to drive now for a year and a half, which is .mil PF. So this past year, we've been to multiple CTCs. We fielded launched effects 2 units at CTC, so think NTC, JRTC. That is a partnership with the FCD and the TID. We both own that .mil PF. And so out at NTC this year with 1st Cav, the FCD from aviation, along with fires, and along with the TID sections, we're out there for those rotations, looking at organizational design, looking at doctrine, looking at training, looking at simulation devices, etc., to fully burden, as Colonel Shaw just said. And then the last piece I'll mention off of that, the PAE, the 6+1. So I probably don't go a day or 2 days without talking to my brothers at the other PAEs, especially like General Anderson. Our requirements, we're forcing those to be nested and integrated. And so it's important as we lay out our future requirements, because the interdependency is critical, especially when you look at networking, data-centric warfare, and as we look at our future concepts, our requirements across the PAEs are all nested. And when we move those requirements forward, a lot of those have to move through the PAEs. For example, aviation has 2 right now that's tied to C2 counter C2, which is mission planning and airspace management, which used to reside in the aviation, but now it resides over in C2 counter C2 because we need to be integrated to the data flow. So the PAEs is whoever built the slide got it right. They're the center of gravity inside of that organization, and that's how all those connections work together.
And I'd say that there are places across all 4 of these FCDs and TIDs, these COEs and PAEs, where there's the same sort of collaboration between FCDs and TIDs. I've learned more about soldier power. I went to an all-boys Catholic high school. We had physics instead of shop, and I was out with 382 last week talking about 220 and 110 on an ISV. So, and plenty of vendors that are out here. I know there were several that were out in the box last week that we saw. Okay, so gentlemen, ladies, sir, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add, one other piece about the power of how both CAC and FCC being tied together, how powerful it is, especially when we talk about requirements. And I think the chief really kind of put his finger in our chest, and he said, listen, we have to focus on the future and be able to pull the future into the reality of today. So said another way, when I talk to my requirement writers and I talk to the TLLMs, so the lesson learned managers, is if we're going to go out and hear a problem, if we need to solve a today problem, if it's a material solution, it must be grounded in the concept. So I can take the folks that are actually out there at OCs at a CTC and identify a problem for today. If that's a problem that needs to be solved, but it is not a problem that we see in the concept, then we need to solve that in something other than the M space. And then we focus those M solutions that have to be rooted in today and into the future for the concept. Because we cannot invest in the shiny objects that are going to be obsolete or irrelevant 5 years from today.
Gentlemen, ladies, we said to give you time for questions, so we're open. If you've got a question, let's go ahead and hear it. I'll give you mine. Just don't give it back.
Hey, James Mitchell, University of South Florida, Institute of Applied Engineering. Sir, you touched on this, but how do y'all, as the PAEs, pull from DevCom, industry, academia, things in the TRL2 space that, is great now, and we need to field it, in 3 months versus the process of, I'm a researcher and I've got a great idea, and some way I'll get it to the, Department of War.
Thank you for that. I think one of the things that's very powerful, if you heard General McCurry talk this morning, is that all of the things that are under the Futures and Concepts Command, right? So it used to be we would have labs or academia just doing things that they happen to have money for and that they were interested in. And to a large degree, we flipped that on its head. Now, when we go do a lessons learned and we have an observation where we have an identified or an emerging gap, then we will go back to a lab or to academia and ask them to work on the solution for a solution that we know we have to solve. I think in the old structure, we used to have solutions looking for a problem, and the way we've now integrated all of it, we're flipping that so that when we come and ask for a solution, we've already identified the problem and the use case. And I don't think we would have achieved that without the way we reorganized under FCC.
So to answer your question specifically, each PAE has a DevCom SES who is in direct support to the PAE. In the maneuver portfolio, that's Mr. Mike Cadju, the GVSC director, the Ground Vehicle Services Center director. But each PAE has a DevCom SES who's their system coordinator. So on that line and block chart that was probably shown this morning is a DevCom system coordinator who I'm on the same level with, the FCD's on the same level with, inside that 8+1. And if there's something that I see as the TID director or one of my transformation and lessons learned managers, those TILMs, see, then I'll just call Mr. Cadju, or I'll call his lead, Kevin Mills or John Stepkowski. And that's how tight we are now. Like, I know who these people are who are below the director level, and can call them on that. And they've got, they're matrixing employees inside of DevCom. So if it's a soldier issue, if it's a battery deal, Marnie Bailey down in C5 is getting called by the DevCom person. If it's a issue with some sort of soldier equipment, somebody in the soldier center is getting called. If there's something in AVMIC, whatever specific part that is, an AVMIC person is getting called by Mr. Cadju's people instead of me having to come over here or the CFT director having to. It's just a central point so we can go get into DevCom instead of having to go point to point from multiple places. And frankly, they've got day jobs too. So.
Yeah, so that's a good question. So that S&T piece, the portion that we missed in the CFT was really a prioritization of S&T. We worked through it kind of ad hoc-ish, but now when you look at the PAE, so you got an S&T coordinator, you got an ATEC coordinator, you got a contracting coordinator, all working off the priorities inside of the PAE. And I'll just give you another example. S&T, about 6 months ago, we said, hey, we want to put launched effects on an Apache. We want to move it fast. So we just finished SIFWE out at Yuma. First time, we had AVMIC out there launching an Altius 700 off an Apache, and we're going to do the same thing. So that S&T piece is critical because there's so much work done there. And then the other piece, to be frank, was getting the S&T over the hump over into RDT and PROC. And, that is playing out already. And we've got a lot of momentum of moving those S&T efforts over. Sir, I think you have a question.
Gentlemen, can you speak to the integration with the lifecycle management commands and Army Contracting Command when it comes to the PAEs?
So I would answer that by giving you an example of a recent experience we had. So at the beginning of this month, we did a sustainment board of directors, and we went through every portfolio within the sustainment community. Started with water, then with fuel, then with energy and distribution, aviation, air, watercraft, trucks, maintenance. We went through everything. And in the room were representatives from each of the AMC's lifecycle management commands. We had Army Contracting Command. We had labs represented. We had the PAE, the deputy, the schoolhouse, TLLMs. And as we were going through each of those, identifying areas where we needed to accelerate investment versus slow down investment, because the concept is changing, equipment is changing, the M1E changes both our organization and our material. So every one of those depots, arsenals, they have representation with a very strong voice to advise us on how we can integrate them, and in some cases how we can use them to modernize a piece of equipment or a fleet, or how their advice on something that's very tired, how we get after those to maintain current readiness but also drive into the next. So in our experience, they were absolutely present and a strong voice in everything we did on those 4 days.
I had no idea who my contracting person was when I was in a seated. No idea. But Mr. Jaloki has got an office now inside the TID space on the 3rd floor in Building 4. So if that is not an example in spades, there you go.
I'll make one final point here as you think through another question if you have them. For industry, your entry point should be the FCD, really with our requirements division. And so I know T2Com has sent out a point of context, but for industry, as you hear us talk about future concepts and what we're trying to deliver, it's through the FCD. I think we've been successful over the last couple months, especially with like the Ivy Sting series and what 25th ID is doing out in Hawaii with NextGen C2. So we've taken a lot of organizations, companies on their IRAD, and we've integrated them into those exercises. So not only they're getting to showcase their capability, but more importantly, they're able to integrate like into NextGen C2, like up to IL4, IL5. So they're moving with the Army instead of just coming out to one periodic, experimentation and walking away going, hey, what's next? And so don't be hesitant to call any of the FCDs, General Anderson, General Francis, myself, Chalfant, et cetera, because we will help you point you in the right direction. And more importantly, it gives us visibility of your capability, and it ultimately helps us write a requirement based off the state of technology, okay?
Okay, well, we're waiting on another one, so we'll just start asking back. So the pit. I'm sure someone says, hey, what's the pit? And Shermone, I know, is around here someplace. The pit is an organization that FCDs and TIDs absolutely work with. In that 6+1 on the PAEs, like General Anderson laughed when I was talking about power. That's a thing that we did inside of the Maneuver FCD and the Maneuver TID in the last month, working with Shermone to make sure that the product that he was taking back to the enterprise was what soldiers needed and what organizations needed, both in the jungle in the 25th or in the Arctic in Alaska or any place in between. What the pit won't do, though, and if you talk to Shermone, he'll tell you this, is not do something that the PAEs want to do, right? So it's not like the pit's out there making stuff up. They're absolutely a partner with FCDs and TIDs, both in the now space and in the near future space. So as you're talking to them, is this the way your PAE's going? And they'll definitely tell you yes. So they're not getting crossways with PAEs.
Where the pit helps us is in short-term efforts, because what they're not going to do is really lead, a program of activity, a program of record. So right now we're working closely with the pit on mission planning for our aircraft and UASs. So a couple of units identified, money applied for some prototyping on some computer-based mission planning, and then that will helpfully leave us to along, as that transitions over to a CPE, actually a PEO type PM representative. So the pit is a big piece of this, and they really service all the 6 PAEs. Liz Martin, you don't have any questions over there? Plank holder of CFT? Okay. Uh-oh, Mr. Lewis has got a question. Keep it out of, it'll be technical.
Will not be technical. One of the problems I had when I was working these programs, especially across DevCom, everybody had their own pot of money. And then when you make a systems level effort at doing something, it was really hard to get people motivated to give you some of their money or support you with funding. So my question really is about, does the budget process mirror the execution process to make it easier to do those cross-functional kinds of projects?
I would offer the budget process is still very much the way it has been until we get some significant changes that the Secretary is asking for. But in order to overcome that, it's the PAEs working together. And we just had this conversation last week. I have a vested interest in cargo UAS. So I talk, he used to be my neighbor, so I talk to General Baker all the time. My requirements people talk to his requirements people. And then in order to make sure we don't get desynchronized is if the sustainment community competes for funding for cargo UAS, it won't be executed in our panel. Or if you may remember FD, right? So in the G8, I will not execute it. The aviation FD panel will execute those fundings. So General Gill and General Davis and General Rhyme, General Baker, General Anderson, we will all be synchronized on where that funding is going, to what purpose. And if the aviation community runs into a requirement, the chief says, I need you to do X on this very short timeline, and they look at their portfolio and say, the thing that is lowest in the priority is the cargo UAS, then it triggers a conversation. And then at least across portfolios, we give concurrence and we work with each other to make sure that those funding streams are at least supporting multiple capabilities.
Yeah, Mr. Lewis, you hit it right on the head. So there's going to be friction there, right? I mean, there always is. And I think Army senior leadership knows that. And so the panels that have been established above the PAEs, with General Hodney and Honorable Ingraham and all the way up to Army senior level, that's the purpose for the PAEs, to bring those friction points up, because it's not that we're not working together. It's that everybody has priorities, and there's only such certain amount of money, and so when those come up, then hey, what is the priority? Where do we want to invest that money? And that will be settled at the panel level all the way up to Army senior level.
Sir, we're at time. I apologize, and I know that you're excited to see the next panel. I'm not sure who it is. No, I do. It's General Phillips and folks. So, gentlemen, ladies, thank you for your time. We'll let you get back to your day's activities.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Warriors Corner. Our next panel will begin in 2 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and get started. I have a special request for this panel. We're going to do a little different, and General Phillips will introduce his panel after this presentation. Thank you.
Arm our warfighter.
That's a good first.
Arm our warfighter. American drone dominance. Train as we expect to fight. We're in the fight to win it.
You can thank the video editors for that. We got some pretty dedicated, motivated folks to put that together for us. Hey, it's great to see everybody this afternoon. How's everyone doing? Good? A little audience participation is always good. Really appreciate the chance to share a few thoughts with you here today and have a discussion. Hopefully we'll share a few minutes of our own thoughts and then get some feedback and questions from y'all. So I think if you were to go back a couple years, we were sitting here on the stage together and in this same spot. And we made some commitments back then on our path ahead. And so we had committed to a path where we were going to rapidly field a lot of capability. We were going to really look at a way to scale our formations with a capability from reconnaissance and surveillance and targeting acquisition. And when you look at what we've done over the past couple years, and the gentlemen that have joined me here on stage, I think what you'll hear from us is how we've done that.
and where we're at today, and a little bit about where we're headed in the future. So I made the comment a couple years ago, I thought that we were about as busy as we could be. I shouldn't have said that. This last year, I think I said the same thing. Army Transformation Initiative, we are moving out at a quick pace. Yeah, we set a new baseline every year with the level, not just of activity, but the level of capabilities that we've delivered and the level of real soldier feedback that we've gotten to incorporate into our capabilities and formations in the future. So I look back at those last couple years of commitments, and I look at these gentlemen on the stage, and so I'll give them a quick introduction and let them get it right into the details, but they're the ones actually out using the capabilities and going places and getting the feedback from no kidding, the front edge of the battlefield. So sitting next to me to my left is Colonel Burr Miller. Many of you all know him as the former project manager for the Aviation Mission and System Architecture Office within the former PEO Aviation. Burr got done with his time as a project manager and said, hey, I really want to go do something else. And we looked around the Army, and the best place that Burr stepped up and volunteered for was a tour over in the Security Assistance Group, Ukraine. And so he's going to share some of his personal experiences and thoughts about those 6 months he spent there, and very impactful that he brought that back, not just to our formations and to our PMs, but really then passed that on into his current job over at PA Fires. So I think there's some opportunities there to really learn from Burr's experience, and then really from some soldiers here from the field, right? It's very, it's not lost on me, and it's an unbelievable opportunity to have two MBCT commanders here from the 101st, right? I'm not sure their boss would know they're down here right now, but they got a day pass to come down and participate. And really, that's probably one of the best gifts we could get, is that raw feedback from the field and then their representation. So Colonel Duke Rhyme just came back from Germany. They've both been in command for about a year. Colonel Rhyme was over in Germany in a rotation where he got to employ all the capabilities together, and he's got some thoughts there on how we can employ them now and in the future. And then Colonel Ryan Bell, to his left, will also share some thoughts with you as he's ramping up to go down to JRTC. And again, as we see what's going on over in theater today, whether it's in EUCOM or in CENTCOM, I can tell you that we are all sitting here today trying to think of ways to make our capabilities better for those soldiers that are employing them today in combat. So we've got soldiers deployed today, and I'll just share one vignette with you as the new Deputy PAE for Expanded Maneuver Air. As I look back on the past 30 days in Operation Epic Fury, we had some immediate requests from the field in the first week of Operation Epic Fury. And those immediate requests from the field, we turned on a requirements document with the FCD and T2COM in about 48 hours. We turned on a contract in about 72 hours. And I can say that we've had soldiers out training and testing the capabilities they're going to deploy with in real time in the past 10 days. So we've got industry fully engaged, and I really appreciate the opportunity. There's a lot of familiar faces here in the audience from our industry partners, from academia, and really from units in the field. And what I would offer is, we want your engagement, we want your feedback at PAE Expanded Maneuver Air, and we want to have you as a part of our team, because we know we don't bend the metal, we don't really go out and talk to the sub-tier suppliers as much as y'all do, but we need this to be a team sport, as we always say, going forward. So I'll talk a little bit more about that at the end, but I don't want to hog up all the airtime. So Burr, I'm going to hand it over to you to kick us off.
So thanks, sir. So I was really fortunate. I got an opportunity most people don't get. I got to go in and live in Kyiv for quite a bit of time as the Science and Technology and Innovation Director for supporting General Buzzard and SAG-U. Just an absolute amazing experience to go live forward there, see how the Ukrainians are doing things, and to try to bring back some of the incredibly hard learned lessons that they have learned on the battlefield over the last 4 years. So I'm just going to share a few of those with you. But I encourage everybody, especially our military and DoD civilians, if you've not been to SAG-U in Germany, it is worth your time to go engage with General Buzzard and General Donahue's team. And God forbid, if you get a chance, go into Ukraine, because you're going to learn more in a day than you're going to learn in a year doing anything else. So I'm going to share just a couple quick lessons that I've taken away. A lot of you know me as the PNT guy for aviation, and I'll tell you my very first lesson is that we were absolutely right every time I bitched and complained that we weren't testing PNT strong enough. The PNT environment, the PNT environment is incredibly corrosive. Often seeing JDS ratios of over 100 dB. So we need to be prepared for that, and it can't be that our systems are fully PNT enabled. We have to have augmentation to our PNT systems. Whether that comes in the form of visual-based navigation, alternate nav, signals of opportunities, magnetic nav. There are many, many ways of doing it out there, but I encourage you to consider that. The other thing is that the C2 links on the systems, the UASs, need to be incredibly strong. And I saw a lot of systems over there where the C2 links were easily intercepted by the enemy. The Ukrainians were very good at this, and they would drive off with the enemy's system and park it home, and then they would reap all the rewards out of that. So please don't have your systems be only GPN enabled. Make sure that there is alt nav, that there is other capability, and build strong links for your GPSs. Secondly, in the same kind of tenure, we do not test a representative environment in the United States. Nowhere can we test what the representative environment is. We have to test in a representative environment. That's not only a government responsibility, vendor, that is your responsibility as well, because you are giving systems to soldiers and you are telling them that they are ready to go to war. I saw many U.S. systems in Ukraine that did not survive contact because they were not prepared for the environment. So I'll tell you, please work with your government counterparts. We have to figure out how to test and represent environments, and you can't do that in software. One of the systems that I saw that I don't see a lot of action in the Army on right now is fiber optic drones. And I really found fiber optic drones to be incredibly effective for the battlefield over there. So I have talked to General Phillips about it a few times. I've talked to General Ross. But I think there's a lot of value to the fact that you can take a drone, put a fiber optic cord behind it, and negate the entire electronic protection that a unit has and boom right through it. And you take an FPV drone, drive that thing really fast, move really fast. Very, very difficult to bring down kinetically. The best thing I saw was Sithers, when you run out there and you cut the drone cord on the back end. And then just a quick pump for my very favorite subject from Ukraine, counter-UAS. The Russians and the Ukrainians use mass. We have forgotten how to fight mass. When we are fighting counter-UAS, we cannot have a cost equation that shoots a $150,000 missile at a $5,000 drone. There are incredible counter-UAS systems on the battlefield today that are less than $5,000 that can knock down a Group 2, 3, and 4. So I really think that's something important that we should look at, and we need to take that experience from the Ukrainians because they are by far the best counter-UAS people on the planet today. So thank you very much, sir, for the opportunity to share my experiences, and hope they're worthwhile.
All right, team. Hey, can you hear me? Sounds good. Hey, so more cowbell. Hey, so again, my name is Duke Rhyme. I'm the commander of 2nd Brigade, 101st. What I want you to do is quick look around at one another, because we currently are the architects of a new generation of warfare. The old rules are gone. All right, and so we're currently rewriting those, and that's something that 2nd Brigade has done for the last 2 years and subsequently had done in EUCOM coming out of our 9-month deployment in a CBR rotation. Really, the battlefield has a new predator when we look at this. It's not the biggest, though. It's not the loudest, and it's not the strongest. It's the most present. And that's what we're getting with our UAS when we start to look at these. So really what I'm telling you is the side that can find, fix, and finish are the one that's not going to win on the battlefield. They're going to dominate the battlefield. That's what we're looking to do. We want to be able to take our opponent out of the game before the halftime. And that's what these systems are allowing us to do as our formations are starting to get smaller, and we're starting to see technology really take way and provide many, many options for a commander on the battlefield. What I will tell you is that 2nd Brigade turned this new reality into truth when we went to CBR this past year. And really what we did is we paired MRR with our loitering munitions, all right? So we were able to take the old systems of find, fix, and finish, that relay race, which was a scout would see something, then hand that baton off to a call for fire, then take that and then get it to a gun line. And then eventually we would get steel on target. The battlefield today doesn't have time for eventually. And what we're doing now by pairing these systems is quickening the pace at a rate that we have never seen before, and it's something that we were able to do. Really, and why we need to do this is our enemy is adaptive. They can move quicker, they can hide, and heaven forbid, they can shoot just as fast as we can. So we've got to be able to take this initiative and continue to evolutionize it forward. So really what we did at CBR is pair our MRR and our loitering munitions. And really what we did is we took a really elongated timeline and we totally collapsed it. What used to take minutes would now take in moments because we were able to do this. Some other things had to change. Our systems and processes, our targeting system couldn't be antiquated back to a 72-hour. In 2nd Brigade, we call it a flash mob because the enemy is going to vote very, very quickly on the battlefield. They're going to move, they're going to shoot, all the things that we're trying to do to them. So we iterate very quickly on our targeting process. Why? Because now at the brigade level, I have my own precision effects that I can vote back very quickly. And so to do that, I've got to increase my targeting as well. We still run a targeting system, but the ability to come back very quickly and target in a flash mob to see what the enemy has now voted on is something that is unique to what we've experienced. But I tell you, it's not just about speed, it's about a couple other things. One, soldier safety. Our ability to find and strike is going to increase our own lethality and survivability. So we have to be better about pairing these systems. Second, it's our relentless pressure on our adversaries. That's what these systems are doing for us. It's another form of contact in the 9 forms of contact that is really continuing to put that pressure on the enemy and buy us some breathing room so that we can maneuver, so that we can resupply, and that way we can continue to take our effects and put them on top of each other. Third is it gives us, and I already highlighted, is that brigade precision strike capability. It gives me something at my level that I can take a problem set off of a division commander and solve my own math problem. And then finally, I said it before, but this is a shift in warfare. I'm now linking reconnaissance and fires in one succinct area, and I'm having much bigger effects on the battlefield, which is helping us ultimately across the board. But what I will tell you is the kill chain is now being executed at the tactical edge. And so that is significant when we talk something that used to take minutes down to moments. What I'll leave you with is, the future battlefield is really defined by our ability to, one, sense, then decide, and then ultimately act. And all that's going to do is support the nation's most precious resource, which is our American soldier. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Ryan Bell. I'm the commander for 3rd Mobile Brigade, 101st Airborne Division, the Rockassans. Fortunate to follow Duke. We have become a tick brigade after Duke's strike brigade led the way for the Army 2 years ago. And so able to take all the lessons learned from him, Bastogne, 25th ID, and try to continue to figure out how we are going to fight these new technologies. And so what I'll lay out for you first is the operating environment that we've been focused on, how we define it. Then we'll talk a little bit about how we're organized with the new technologies that we're taking to JRTC next week. And then I'll give you a quick example of how we're using drones specifically with all these technologies to enable maneuver at the company level that will execute at a live fire also at JRTC. And then leave you with a couple asks on where I think we need some help from industry to take this forward. The first start with the operating environment as we define it. We are going to have to fight dispersed in whatever theater we go to because of the persistent ISR that Colonel Ives talked about. Wherever we go, we're going to be seen, and so we have to spread out. Our communications are going to be contested in the electromagnetic spectrum. which deals with what Burr had talked about in terms of hardening our system so we can fight regardless of the enemy's capabilities. If we talk, we can be seen. If we put a signal out, we can be targeted, which goes to the dispersion and how you survive in this new environment. And then regardless of where we are, our logistics chains are going to be contested. From the port in the United States to the fireman in a foxhole in whatever theater we're at. And so that's the environment we have to be prepared for, given how we also fight as a nation, which is not the same as the Ukrainians, it's not the same as the Russians, but we learn from how they're fighting. Now, the way we've taken the lessons learned from 25th ID, from 1st and 2nd Brigade, is we are trying to figure out how do we fight the drone contact layer in a mobile brigade. How do we use all these new capabilities to enable us to see and sense further, to find, fix, finish with a drone or a robot before a rifleman has to use their 6.8 rifle. We do that first by using upper-level intelligence assets to tip and cue our launched effects. We're exercising the AVEX launched effects, roughly 130-kilometer range, gives me 90 minutes of loader time to sense and strike in front of my battalions, in front of my MFRC to shape the battlefield. With my multifunction reconnaissance company, which is pushed out in front of the FLOT, they have a couple capabilities. We use the MRR, the Ghost X that Duke talked about. We've paired that with the Beast EW system to give us the ability, an aerial EW detector, sensor, to help us find enemy C2 nodes. We have ground ISR robots that are connected by Starlink to be able to help us sense in all weather, regardless of the flight conditions. And then using those switchblades to be able to strike when the MFRC identifies them. Leveraging his kill chain, we're able to go directly back digitally from the MFRC to my fires team, the Red Knight Artillery Battalion, to leverage the 777s and the 105s if they're within range. Dropping that kill chain down below a minute from sensor to rounds on target. As we move back, we have leveraged one-way attack PBAS, precision-built attritable systems. Think your FPVs from Ukraine. But we're doing them at scale. And this is the difference, I think. We're estimating a company needs 20 of these a day. If the company is designed to attack and defeat a platoon, 3-on-1 for your COFLMs, and I want to truly change how they fight, they've got to be able to defeat a platoon with drones, which means they need to be able to kill roughly 20 of the enemy, 20 of the platoon. Which means a brigade needs roughly 200 of these a day or 1,000 plus a week if they're involved in close combat operations. And so a JRTC will exercise that. Every company is going to have roughly 30 of these drones to use and reuse as they are able to resupply them. So they can hunt and strike in front of them with the drone. They have the ability to shoot and kill individual enemy targets. We're not just using them to take out a Humvee or a Gaz. You have your MRR in front of the companies, in front of the battalions, tied back on a digital fires net using AI2C strike network. So you can do a digital call for fire from the drone to the gun line. Your companies have SRRs, the Skydio X10 and whatever it's NextGen and the NextGen to be able to sense and do the exact same thing. And then every platoon and every squad has soldier-borne sensors, the Black Hornets, to be able to see around the next corner. Behind us, in my rear area, I have the Red Knights, our artillery battalion. That's leveraging ground robotics to be able to defend, to sense enemy around them. Augmented with machine guns. A Vampire counter-UAS system to help us detect and kill inner UAS in the area. A Drake counter-UAS system to help us defeat their UAS in the electromagnetic spectrum. All those things to enable us to see, sense, decide, deliver effects faster than the enemy. Now we take all that, and how does this work in a company level? Because we don't fight in a fixed position. We don't assault trench lines from a trench. We maneuver to where the enemy is not and attack them where we want to at a time and place of our choosing from a position of advantage. And so in the live fire, we're going to give one company most of these. They will open up with the AVEX to create a hole. We have a C-100 modified as a carrier drone carrying 2 of the ABE-101s, which is a purpose-built attributable system, a 7-inch FPV that it carries at distance to drop and strike their first targets. Then that company commander will fly a swarm of 5 A101 drones controlled by one operator to attack any bunkers that are on this objective. It'll be a trench. Then he has 25 more one-way attack systems, so he can attack every single position he can find, or if he decides to, he can save them for a counterattack on the backside. They've modified their Skydios to deliver smoke to obscure the breach, so he can protect his robots going in, and he can also protect his riflemen if he has to. They've modified the aid to deliver a breaching charge, an aerial breaching charge, so we can keep riflemen out of the breach as long as possible. And then using 2 ground robots as a tertiary mechanism with 28 pounds of C4 to open up the breach before that first rifle squad makes contact. And so what I'd ask, and where I think we need help, is we need drones that are good enough to work, but not exquisite. We have to get them fast. They have to be cheap enough that they compete with artillery in economies of scale. That's the challenge. If I'm shooting 1,000 of these a day, I am looking at these munitions like they are artillery rounds. And I have to resupply them like they're artillery rounds. And that is a change in how we've been treating them in the past. A company received 1 of these, and they used it like an AT-4 on a single target. But if we're truly going to change how we fight, we have to enable that rifleman, that company, that battalion to decide to deliver and defeat the enemy at distance before that rifleman's ever in the fight.
So, okay, I think we've got a few minutes left for questions, and I really appreciate, again, just the raw feedback and the thoughtful approach that these 2 brigade commanders have taken. And again, the way that Burr brought information back, raw information back from deployed units in Ukraine, and how we could think about that together. The entire continuum is here, right? Between the portfolio acquisition executive team, and as we think about how we acquire things differently, how we learn lessons from the field, and how we actually get the capability in the soldiers' hands to use it for good, right? So I'll pause there, and I'm looking forward to y'all's questions, because I'm sure this has spurred a few thoughts in the group, and I'm looking forward to the first hand. There we go. There's one.
Thank you. First of all, that was a fantastic presentation by all of you. How are we training the opposing force at the National Training Center and the JRTCs to challenge and defeat us? I mean, you laid out, all of y'all laid out some actually incredible situations, but you're not going to get any better if you're not challenged. And I believe we leave it up to not only what we learn from Ukraine and others, but we in the past have relied on the opposing force at the National Training Center and others to beat us, and that would be quite a challenge.
Sir, just coming out before command, I spent 2 years at the National Training Center and just came out of JMRC CBR 2601. What I will tell you is that the OPFOR is actively hunting us with all kinds of systems. What I will tell you is if anyone in here wants to test a system, send it down to these training centers, because they've got some of the best. When we look at innovation, they're innovating at a great speed, because they do it every single month of hunting a new adversary that comes there for a rotation. My 12 days in the box in Germany, all 12 days was under some type of persistent UAS surveillance of some form of fashion that included whether it was just surveillance or it was targeting as well. And so what I will say is that the CTCs have gotten phenomenally better when it comes to that. But what I will say is they can be better. And I think that's where this cohort can start to look and work with, whether it's Geronimo or it's Black Horse or it's Warrior out in Germany, sending them your products and letting them iterate on it, because they're going to get more reps and sets of hunting U.S. forces than anywhere else in the world.
Thank you.
excellent panel. Want to move further. A great point about the lack of cost effectiveness to use 150K missiles to shoot down 5K drones. So that's going to require some additional defense industrial base investments. And interesting to hear more of your thoughts in that area.
Yeah, so I can talk a little bit to the defense industrial base, the organic industrial base. And really, if you heard the Under's opening comments this morning, he's talking about those things as well, right? We've got the entire Army now seeing this as a real challenge, but it's something that we've known. You know, if you listen to Major General John Rhimes' comments about scaling the ammunition industrial base in the past several years, he's invested billions of dollars there to be able to really upscale their production capacity and capabilities and find the right raw material suppliers to be able to get the capabilities built and fielded. I would say in this space it's no different, right? We've been talking about it for several years on rare earth minerals, magnets, things that drive the machines, right? Those little electric motors that drive a lot of these machines, a lot of those sources of supply came from overseas until the past couple years. So what we're trying to do is work deliberately with industry to find those pinch points in the supply chain, the places that are critical for investment, and then look to see, should we invest in that together with AMC and Sky Foundry, or should we just invest in that capacity more like we've said we were going to do this year? Colonel Danielle Medallia and her team have been talking with industry for the past couple years and messaging to them that this is the year we're scaling up by an order of magnitude. So when I say that, we've been messaging it because we did not have the resources that we do this year in the budget. This year in 26, we have resources, we have senior leader support, and really we have the authorities and the contract vehicles to be able to raise the entire tide, if you will, of the supply chain. And I think it's a whole of nation approach, if you will. It's not just us that are going to help do that. It's industry, it's Department of Commerce, it's making sure we've got the right materials heading the right programs with DX ratings and those types of things. But I'll put one quick plug in for the UAS marketplace that's coming. So it's here. We started talking about it 6 months ago that we were going to absolutely change the way we were doing business to acquire new systems. We weren't going to do it in a long linear process. We were going to make it very open and competitive, but we're going to give soldiers opportunities for feedback and access to the capabilities. By doing that, I believe we're going to, again, scale up the entire system, and it's live as of today. And so we're very excited to share that with everyone. If you haven't made it over to the kiosk to see, UASmarketplace.army.mil, definitely make your way over there to see it. But great question, sir. Appreciate that.
With the real-world application of a moving target, whether it's infantry or vehicles, can you talk a little bit about how you are approaching training soldiers to be able to confidently assure that they know how to hit a moving target? Because we're seeing a lot of drones into hay bales, drones into static infantry type targets. Can you tell us a little bit about your thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you, sir, for the question. That's one of the challenges we had up front. Flying an FPV is highly technical. It takes a lot of hours in a simulator on an FPV out in terrain. That's one of the benefits, I think, where industry can really help us. For the brigade, we're partnered with Lincoln Labs up at MIT, and we've been able to grab some technology from there that does that. That and some of the industry partners have enabled us to modify those FPVs to allow them to identify a target, have the operator select it, and even if it's a human running through the woods or a vehicle driving down a road, it can track the target and self-terminally guide into the target. And so it reduces the cognitive load on the soldier. That makes it an easier system to train. It makes it an easier system to scale. And then it enables us over time to be able to mask those effects, really mass precision with one-way attack. The challenge is for everyone, how do we get these simpler so that I can use them, so an operator can use it under stress in the field? So thank you, sir.
Okay, so I think we're getting a hook. What I would offer is that we look forward to your questions. I'm going to offer for a closing statement or two there. We'll start, Ryan, with you and pass it down the line.
We are just really grateful for everything y'all are doing. we have to change how we fight. And it's no more real than for that rifleman on the front line in a foxhole. And so to be able to take the technologies y'all are developing, to help us learn how to implement them, and for us to partner so that we can tell you, here's how we expect to fight, and you can help us build those capabilities. And then so we can scale them together over the next couple of years so we're ready for the next fight instead of getting into it and learning after the fact. Thank you.
Nope. Hey, it's about lethal squads and platoons and how UAS enables that. That's how we're going to win the next fight.
So Ukraine is not how we would fight. We would fight differently, but it offers incredible insight into the things that we need to learn, and we should take those things away and thank the Ukrainians for teaching them to us.
Yeah, so I can't say it any better than these three gentlemen, but what I would offer is, if you heard General Gill speak this morning, if you heard General McCurry, Mr. Ingram's here on the floor, we're all in this as a one big team pushing together, right? And so the new PAE structure that we've got in place now has absolutely streamlined some of our efforts. We already had great communications going on with the field, but it's absolutely given us more venues, more opportunities to talk to senior leaders and the field pretty much on a daily basis. And so with y'all's help in industry, academia, and other units, formations, and our partners and allies, we are really, really looking forward to this year. 2026 is going to be a great year. We've got a lot of momentum, and the teams are going to move out. And that's everywhere from all the project offices that are out there working, all the FCDs that are out working. And again, thank you all for the time. I know we're getting really the hook now, but I just wanted to say that thank you again, and I look forward to continuing to work with each of you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our next panel will begin in 3 minutes. If I could ask those that are on the stage, move to the side. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I see the party. Our next Warrior Corner panel will be sustainment applications in support of readiness. And our presenters will be Major General Sean Davis and Mr. Rich Martin. Major General Davis is the commander of CASCOM, and Mr. Martin, he is the director for Headquarters AMC G3 Supply Chain Management Directorate. Let's give them your attention, please. Thank you.
Is this thing on? Whoa, hey. Okay, I was told a little while ago that people up here have started waning and not being very loud. I've been accused of many things. Quiet, not one of them. All right, so good afternoon. My name is Rich Martin. I have the honor of serving as the Executive Director, Army Supply Chain Management Directorate inside of Army Material Command. Many of the things that you heard the Undersecretary, if you were there this morning, talking about happen to be in my portfolio inside of Army Material Command. I'm one of the Assistant Deputy G3s inside of AMC, and today we're going to talk to you about a couple things that we, Army Material Command, are trying to drive by way of data analytics, and more importantly, application layer at the edge in the hands of a soldier. So things that we're going to talk about where we sit amongst the enterprise, where we sit with our commands such as Communications Electronics Command, where we have some of our partners, and then ultimately how we relate between us at the strategic level, trying to connect key portions of the organic industrial base into the supply chain down to the operational and tactical level. And then I'll turn the mic over to Major General Davis, who will talk a little bit about what CASCOM is doing. So by way of introductions, the chart that you want to do your introduction? We're going to Mutt and Jeff this a little bit.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah. We'll Mutt and Jeff a little bit.
Mutt and Jeff, Run DMC, whatever.
There it is, right?
So I'm Sean Davis. I'm the PAE Agile Sustainment Munitions Deputy. John Rhyme in the panel just laid out as part of the 6+1. So we have the Agile Sustainment portfolio together. He's my boss, but I'm also the CASCOM, the Combined Arms Sustainment Command, CG, and Sustainment Center of Excellence, CG, 3 hats there. It's a little idiosyncratic. But the bottom line is we write the sustainment, predictive sustainment annex that's embedded in the C2, counter C2 portfolio. And that's our plug here for sure. And we're basically opposite sides of the same coin is the way I look at it. So he's the OIB, I'm the DOML PF.
Okay. So since you did Run DMC, I'm not the dude that looks like a lady. Just thought I'd throw that out there, right? Okay. So, right? So Aerosmith, you had to pay attention, right? Which side? All right, so what you have behind me a little bit is this is what Army Material Command is trying to drive, and you'll hear terms like agility layers. So I just want to walk you through a little bit from right to left. I'll go opposite of what you typically do for where Army Material Command is trying to go by way of data analytics, and edge capability for our soldiers. You heard a couple of those things this morning. I'm going to highlight a few of them. So one of the things that you heard the Secretary talk this morning about Weapon Systems 360. It's kind of become somewhat of the nucleus around many of our data efforts inside of AMC. Weapon Systems 360, with one of our industry partners, is literally a connection of live data between GCSS Army and LMP. So if you were to log into Weapon Systems 360 and you want to understand the current status of the AH-64 fleet or the current status of the M1 fleet, or you wanted to understand the certain status of a particular NIN, and I can map it all the way through down to the WBS level inside a depot if it's a production line from one of the depot facilities. I can find it to a vendor by cage code. We can do all these different things to understand, and where we're trying to go is not only the health of a weapon system, but the health of a supply chain. Now, many of you are probably saying, well, what does that have to do with the soldiers and at the edge? Not every soldier is going to be logging into Weapon Systems 360. But if you think of it from the strategic down to operational, so what the soldiers, what we're trying to do is ultimately put in a cell phone or a device agnostic edge device is a couple key capabilities. The first one started with the transition of the current Chief of Staff of the Army. And he said, Army Material Command, I want you to streamline property accountability. So for every former company commander that's standing out here, at one point in time, you probably carried around a 3-ring binder. If you're old like me, you had the dot matrix green and white printed paper, long sheet, right, with the little hole sides. And you had to walk through and you had to inventory all your stuff by serial number. Had to do all your layouts. And if you were lucky to have a supply sergeant, I had a supply warrant officer that ultimately had to check off all your stuff and go back and then update all the shortage annexes and update the sub-hand receipts, and it took weeks just to do a company command change of command inventory. When the Chief of Staff said, I want you to streamline that, we went with one of our industry partners, and we have now created an application that we call Paraline, and it's on an edge device, by this case an iPhone, that lets us walk through, scan IUID tags, update the shortage annex, update the materials on hand, and push into GCSS Army to where the back end of all that paperwork is cut down by 80%. We had one particular company commander at Fort Stewart, happened to be a medical company commander, and this young lady took weeks worth of prep from her supply sergeant. And if you've done medical inventory, any med folks out here? Okay, so med folks, a respirator, Class 8 material. Band-Aids, Class 8 material. You got to count Band-Aids like you count respirators, which is one of the silliest things I've seen. But she did all of the prep work with her supply sergeant that when she took command, took her weeks. When she relinquished command, took her days by using our application that we called Paraline. So what the intent there is, and what Paraline helped us do, and I'll use my chart, you see Weapon Systems 360 and Paraline, is it proved that we can use current technology to put read and write back access into the hands of a soldier that updates the authoritative data source, that updates the system of record. So what she was able to do is walk through, still had to do the layouts, scan the materials, update the numbers on the phone, hit send, and it, good old-fashioned blast, update it into GCSS Army, and by the time her supply sergeant got back to the supply room, the hand receipts and the inventories were updated. So now the idea was, what else can we do? Well, with our partners, our teammates at Communication Electronics Command, they had already been working on some, and you'll probably see it while they're out here, AI assistant maintenance, so AIAM. So their ability to build in-house some of this coded capability is now helping us learn how to troubleshoot. Well, General Mohan wanted us to figure out how we do PMCSs. How do I put a soldier to have a capability to do a PMCS on a weapon system and guide through it. And then when it come to a problem and come to a fault, how do I troubleshoot to resolve that fault? So now the idea that you'll see from what the next version that we're going to try to roll out is called Checkmate. Now, we changed a little bit of prioritization over the last couple of weeks with things going on the other side of the globe, but the idea is now you can do a PMCS, and eventually, not there yet, but eventually, when I come to a fault, go through my AIAM capabilities that will eventually be baked into it, and if necessary, order a part right from that edge device. That order then goes to a shop supervisor. Shop supervisor validates the fault and the part, and it's able to put the part on order through GCSS Army. So that's one of the edge device capabilities, and eventually we're trying to make it device agnostic, where it can work on a TAC device, work on an iPhone, work on the thing that we're going to do from at APM, all kinds of different capabilities that lets us actually put that power in the hands of a soldier. Now, as you look on the big part for the applications, and I'll turn it back over to General Davis, there's a couple things that we're trying to do over the coming year to year and a half. If I can update my property book inventory, and I can do PMCSs that lets me order a part, now I kind of want to understand how many parts I have and where they are. And if you walked into a Walmart today, they would be able to give you a real-time inventory of everything that's in a little kiosk on the shelf. If you've gone to Costco or Sam's or whatever, and you can log into one of their store apps, it'll tell you, Lowe's, same thing, it'll tell you what aisle and what little kiosk side. Why? How do they do that? RFID. In the Army, with all of the parts and inventory materials that we have, we don't have that capability, that technology. So then eventually what we want to try to do is, how do I know what I truly have on hand in my SSAs and my bench and shop stock? Well, first thing we have to do is change some Army policy and change how we do packaging from our vendors. So if you're a vendor out there, start thinking about this. How do we change the packaging of our vendors so I know exactly what I have on hand, and how powerful would it be if that young accountable officer of an SSA didn't have to shut the doors for weeks on end to do a wall-to-wall inventory, where we can do an inventory of an arms room and an SSA in minutes using passive RFID technologies. All right, so then we think about that type of application. We've talked RFID, tied to PMCS, tied to property book, ultimately working our SSA. The big arrows on the right are now feeding back into, and I'm not going to go down to EBSC and core discussion, but it feeds back in the authoritative data sources, that we're making these financial transactions that are auditable, that we're able to keep that in the system. From a Weapon Systems 360, you've got the ability to map the NINs. I've got my LAR feedback with Lab 360. I can talk to you about that later. And eventually, I have the ability to actually understand down to the WBS level and production line capability of the depots and the arsenals to understand MRO, where I have secondary item work, et cetera. And all of that feeds back into the system where now we're actually connecting. And then long-term, the vision from Army Material Command is to be as transparent as we possibly can. I want to start eventually sharing data with our industry partners. And I want the industry partners to see what we see from a consumption data. All that really gets at consumption. When I consume that part out of my shop and bench stock, replen out of the SSA, that's my demand signal that industry is saying that we don't do very well to share with them, because they're waiting for us to put it on contract. So if I can share that kind of system, that information, now industry can understand a little bit more about the lead times that we're looking for, start anticipating a little bit better. So those are some of the things that we're trying to do. We got advanced manufacturing, and those are from the Army Material Command standpoint, where we're trying to go from connecting the OIB down to the strategic and tactical levels, and how we're trying to put that in the hands of the soldiers. And I'll turn it over to John David.
Testing. All right, there we go. So what Rich just laid out is the future, if you will, leveraging applications at the agility layer, accessing authoritative data that we in CASCOM really manage on a day in and day out basis. What I'd tell you is the gig is up. So we are on to our old practices, and we've not been too savvy as an Army when we've been navigating this space. And you look at STAMIS to where we are now across our portfolio, we went from 1,200 plus different systems, exquisite, if you will, to about 56 right now. But the bottom line is certificate, user fees,
blah, 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 blah. We're looking for applications we can buy from you full outright and put them to use that is containerized, that is, as Rich said, device agnostic, that we can use and update on our own using our own data engineers and analysts that we have now in the Army. We have just created an ASI in our through AI2E, the Lima 9 as additional skill identifier, which is now a feeder for direct commissioning. So if any of you want to be a major tomorrow, come and see me. I'll do a direct commission. If we can clarify your data scientist, if you want to serve your country, we'll bring you on board. We'll bring you on board tomorrow. But and we're doing that now. But the bottom line is we're building that out. We're building that out in AMC. We're building that out in CASCOM. We're building it down to every sustainment SPO section. We'll have an L9 data engineer, data scientist, data analyst in their formation. That's really designed to not create, but to manage and clean data, because we're looking at data the way we look at Class 5 ammunition now. It's the new basic load, the new basic load. So that's what we're looking for from you is a partnership through CSO, minimum viable package, best-in-class capability. We will get it. We'll bring it on board. We'll test it in NextGen C2. We'll test it in PCC6. And the best-in-class may the best, platform win. And that's the way we look at it as a PAE, in the PAE world, if you will. I want to talk about one of the specific applications that a lot of vendors are pursuing right now. And it is a dangerous, dark road that we are navigating when it comes to trying to build a logistics common operational picture, a sustainment COP, if you will. And the Army's done this for years, and we failed for years. Who's heard of CSSCS? That was in the 90s. Who's heard of BCS3? I almost got fired as a SPO because of BCS3. These are all these great log COP systems that we embedded in CPOF and so on. We have really endeavored in this area and failed time and again. So those vendors that are endeavoring upon this avenue, this is what I will say is our KPPs, if you will, and KSAs for a log COP. Look at the way we do the orders process in the United States Army. So we have a 5-paragraph op order. We're looking for a log COP that starts off with paragraph 4 level data. That's consumable by every commander on the battlefield, maneuver commander. It's breaking down, interpreting the sustainment before, during, after. Is very generic, if you will, overlay, if you will, for the commander. Then you get into annex level. That's for the multifunctional sustainer that has to manage the supply chain. That's the supply chain manager. That's at annex level. Then you get into appendix level. Now you're starting to get into functions, maintenance, arming. Think of manning, arming, fueling, fixing, moving, sustaining. And then finally, tab is where you're getting down to the eaches, the exact quantity of the specific munition you need. That aggregation, disaggregation has to be in the same system and has to be able to move seamlessly. And what we're looking for is an AI tool, scrubber, that has oversight of that is constant stare of all that data, and that is reporting what we also call friendly force information requirement. So I don't want to type in an AI platform, hey, what unit has the lowest fuel? I want the AI platform to say, hey, this unit is going to run out of fuel 96 hours from now. You need to plan a log pack. I want that kind of resolution over time and space. I know you guys can deliver it. The AI tools just have to be tweaked a little bit. But that's, as we're going through, and I'm at all of the exercises, all of the tests and experiments and excursions, I see the same thing. I'm seeing a real shortcoming in the data and how it's presented into the hierarchical informational knowledge, flow that we're all used to in the military. So I wanted to provide that for you writ large. What you'll be able to do is after 1 April, when we get our CPR in front of the CSA, we will get approval for our taxonomy, for our characteristics of needs. We have a huge portfolio. We have over 7. I loved Pat Costello. I don't know if you're here, Pat. The fires, PAE long range fires said we got 62 programs in our portfolio. We have 738 programs in our portfolio right now. So we have by far the largest. We have 5 characteristics of needs. We have multiple characteristics of needs in other PAEs, cross-cutting, to include predictive sustainment, which is embedded in, as I said before, the C2 counter C2 PAE. The final comment I have is all of our platforms need to be, all of our data right now, is if we're managing it in terms of basic load, it's locked in jail. As Pat Ellis says, Major General Ellis IV6. It's locked in jail in our platforms. Really, since about the late 90s, really turn of the century, we began to censor out our platforms, just like you have on your CAN bus in all of your vehicles. The mechanic plugs it in and determines what code it is. We have that capability. We have about 160 data points that we can pull off even the big 5 of the 80s that's been modernized over time, like the M1 A2 SEP V3. We can pull about 160 data points: fuel status, engine temperature, mean time of failure of certain parts, engines, transmissions, and so on. So we want to liberate that data through the hardware that's required to transport it into the wireless mesh, whatever that mesh may be. So that's a big priority for the predictive sustainment portfolio within Agile Sustainment and Munition portfolio. So with that, I think we probably need to go into questions maybe, and we wanted to. Let's do it. We'll get our mouthpiece out, put it in for the octagon. We're ready to go. What do you all have for us?
Questions. We have an opportunity for questions, which is always interesting.
We got a mic there, and I can give you my mic if you want to use it.
Nobody? Nobody? Oh, man, we're going to be back on time here in a second.
All right, I have a question for you.
Hit it.
All right, homegrown capabilities. You mentioned James Ternetti has got capability. We have capability in what we call the Sustainment Enterprise Analytics tool that we're making, homegrown solutions in using our data engineers and analysts. How do they work with industry?
Well, I mean, I think it depends on each one of them. They all have a little slightly different capability. I think in some cases what Communication Electronics Command can do is they can do their own coding in many cases now. In other cases, we're leveraging what industry partners have shown us that we can do, that we can adopt and either make it our own or add stuff that we've done to theirs. So it depends on the tool, depends on the capability that we're trying to do. Paraline taught us quite a bit. Checkmate is teaching us a lot. CCOM's done a lot by helping us map key portions of the supply chain from a supply chain risk. What they're looking at from inside of Communications Electronics Command and supply chain risk helps us understand the provisioning process and 339s and ultimately how we change certain materials. In other cases, there's things that they can't necessarily see yet, where it's I look at material risks, sub-tier vendors, some commercial, some financial data, et cetera. So now, again, I think one of the best things is now you start marrying, couple different entities together to get a much broader enterprise solution. So it depends on each one, but from this side of the coin, your point is we'll take all kinds of ideas and we'll figure out how to go with them.
Awesome. And I have a question for you, and that is, what can we do better to explain predictive sustainment and or sustainment applications for our vendors? If there's anyone that has that question. And then when we said, and while you're, we got a question? Good.
He does, very well. Yes, sir.
So what is the quickest way for you to be introduced to new technologies you're not aware of?
I think in some cases we've got several commercial solutions opening opportunities that are already on the street. And what those let us do is they don't have to announce a new one. There's some that already exist right now that if, in the way that they're written, if you have a technology that you think, and I'll use North Carolina terms, right? Hey, bro, you have a problem. You may not even know it yet, but you have a problem, and here's how I think I can solve that. Through that commercial solutions opening, we'll take a look at it, and if we go, oh, yeah, I do have a problem, then we can pull you in, start asking questions on how we think we can apply it. And if we can, and we have the funding for it, then we can put it on contract relatively quickly.
We are at CASCOM, we're open kimono. We've started a Defense Enclave, which allows for access to the installation from public-private use, if you will. So you can actually just drive in. We can meet you at any one of our museums, and you can pitch it there if you can't get on post. But if you can get on post, We'll accept you. We've opened up the doors as a PAE. We originally looked at our strategy here for industry engagement, and the bottom line is it's all or not at all, so we're going all. So we want to hear it all. We want to learn it all. Between my SAR major, who's sitting right in front of you, myself, Ronnie Anderson, the DCG, as well as my entire FCD team, my transformational integration team. There's a gentleman right there with a yellow cord on his uniform in front of the Army sign. He's got my business cards. If you want to link up with him and you got something you want to show us, we'll look, listen, and learn, and we'll give you at least 30 minutes to make the pitch to sway us one way or the other. But we are definitely, we know the innovation's out there, and that's one way of doing it. The second way is that +1. When we said 6+1 in the PAEs, there's a +1. That's the PIT. That's the Pathways to Innovative Technology. And that team is working by, with, and through every division and every corps. So snap linking in with a corps, you go to the Gavin Innovation Center at Fort Bragg. If you're living at Fayetteville, go on in and pitch to them. That will get ingested into the PIT, and it will also be piped up. They'll either, Colonel Shimon Diana will either call me and say, hey, sir, I got something to look at, or he may say, oh, let's test it out. But that's definitely, we are, the PAEs, Chris Beck said it, I think best, it's not another layer, it's a whole big access point for you. At Picatinny, we have about 8 people, and John Rhyme is like I mentioned, our primary, dedicated to the PA missions, predominantly still the CP ammunition. At Fort Lee, Virginia, in CASCOM, we have about 283 people who work in the M in DOMO PF that are working strictly the PAE mission, basically. So we will make time for anybody and anybody.
Sir.
Yeah, 2 questions. First, do you think you have the infrastructure for all this passive RFID that you plan to do? That's one. I'm just curious where you think you stand on that. And the second one is the data analysts or the data analytic ASI. What are they going to be doing down in the support battalion? I'm curious. I mean, I know it's important, but like, what's that person going to be doing on a day-to-day basis, in your opinion?
Okay, I'll talk to the passive RFID. So infrastructure, not yet. Still very early in how we're thinking through it. I can tell you one of the key things that we got to think about. You all know this, many of you do. The Army's got to be auditable here on a pretty short order basis, right? As we think about ammunition, how do we inventory ammunition differently today than we currently do? So where Lieutenant General Donahue is coming from as she became the Army G4 is let's think differently about ammunition accountability and how do we tie that passive RFID capability to some other commodities. So that's the SSA. So there's some things that I would argue we don't necessarily have the infrastructure for it. I would argue that if we're doing it right, it may not necessarily take that much more infrastructure. But that's, again, I'm open to industry feedback on that. What hit me, I'm a simpleton. I literally ran into a Walmart one day and I had to grab one thing. And I typically can go into a Walmart in a great mood, come out angry, right? But I literally almost knocked this lady out of the way trying to get to where I was going because I was in a hurry. And she's got a tablet and a little thing, and she's taking inventory. And it's the same technology. You go to Lululemon, you go to Cabela's, it's all in the tags now. I mean, so the price for packaging, I would argue, is negligible. I would argue that industry could probably help us out a lot more than waiting for us to ask them to do it. And then as we, how do we think on the edge device? How do we do it? How do we think about, if I'm forward? So General Davis was talking about some of the information going forward. If I'm doing a pack pull and I'm creating a kicker box, how do I aggregate what I just pulled out, aggregate in that box, have an inventory capability on that box so I know when it gets where it's going, and on the other end, they know it's coming. I mean, in 2026, it's fascinating that you get a box in theater and you don't necessarily know what's in it until you're either staring at the packaging label on it or you open it up. Drives me bananas. And we learned a lot about that in our support to Ukraine, right? And so now we're trying to think about, and we're thinking about stuff that's kind of going on in theater. How do I send them the right stuff? right? So from a Class 9 standpoint, we don't want Iron Mountains anymore. I think we all know that. And I think given the contemporary environment, we're seeing that you're not really out of an uncontested area anytime soon, right? So how do I, from my team as the supply chain guy, I'm trying to have the right parts in the right place at the right depth ahead of need. So how do I know what that is? Well, I can understand an SSA inventory. It's only as good as the data that's in it. So how do I clean that up? And then how do I ship the right stuff? And so we think passive RFD will help us, but long way to go.
So on the infrastructure discussion point, it was what I was talking about in terms of liberating the data. I think it's really the hardest part, getting transport capability down to the platform level, which we don't have. We have all kinds of different versions that do the same thing, but it has to go into that wireless mesh where the applications can digest it and then in the agility layer use it and then feed it into the Army business systems. That is the basis of our auditability. This is the hard part, is we have business systems and warfighting systems. We need both to communicate with each other. Even in warfighting, we still need to do the transaction, right? I mean, if you read Eccles, Logistics in the National Defense, it goes back to that far, to that kind of mindset. That's the key piece. So having something plugged into the CAN bus, there's like 18 different vendors around here that have different items that can do that. And then also the transport would be, let's say, a Pelio or some sort of capability that is able to get into, a multi-orbit, communication capability that, again, gets into that wireless mesh off the platform. That's the two connections. There's also the translation. The code comes across. Each vehicle has a different code for different things. We have to be able to translate that. So we'll need someone to be able to translate the codes that come off that. So that's part of the infrastructure that we're talking about. And then what Rich just laid out is you could also walk here, and I've seen multiple handheld scanners that actively or interrogate our, passive RFID, but also Lithium Power now allows us to have a RFID tag that GPS capable that has 6-7 years of life, depending on how often you set it for its reporting. So that there are some ways of manipulating that a little bit, but you're right. It's a great question about infrastructure. Without it, the data is trapped. Then you ask the Lima 9 part, and I would say I see it clearly at the higher headquarters first, populating that first, building it out, and experimenting with that capability first, because that's where we sit. One of the key aspects of this is the Army it's kind of like changes out every 2 to 3 years, PCS moves and all that. So if you were building a capability for a specific division and it's only for that division, it's only good in that division because those soldiers are going to come in and out. They're going to have to train. Now that we're building an exquisite training requirement for that division rather than training in the training base, which is what we're supposed to do in, Fort Lee, for example, or any of the COEs. So that's also part of our thought process on top down, bottom up in this capability. But to answer your question, like lower echelon SPO, I just saw an NCO create a convoy ops planning program that planned out an entire convoy, digitally mapped it, rally points, checkpoints, all on the way, hit send, and it sends out the 5-paragraph op order with appendixes and overlays to the patrol leader, to the combat logistics patrol leader. He built that on his own in Ivy Sting. He just said, I can do it. And he's a data engineer. So, and then also clearly the cleaning of data that could be corrupted by our adversary, making sure the data is clean and is uncorrupted is also one of those key core functions of what an engineer would be doing at the lower echelons too.
We're at time.
I think we're at time.
Yes, we're at time.
Well,
so thank you, appreciate it. You guys have a great rest of your day. Thanks for joining us.
We'll hang here though if you have any after questions afterwards too.